Alrighty, I believe we are live. I've got some stuff to do. You know how this goes, guys. I got to go into YouTube after I start the stream. Click create, go live, which the live is already live, but I got to go tell it that I'm live. And on and save. You would think that a company that wants to run the world and is so involved in everybody else's business would get theirs straight. But that's a little lot to ask. All right. So Uncharted seas. My voice is going from talking all last night and this morning. Okay, so there I am on my screen. And I am talking to my, well, no, I got one person out there. Who we got out there? All right. So we're going to do some hashtagging. Because it's important. All right. There's that. You guys are going to have to suffer through me eating my raspberry fig bar. Because I'm starving. Ugh. And I'm going to look like I hadn't bathed in a month because these mosquitoes got in my armpit. Ugh. That is an itch like no other. Okay. Uncharted Seas. There's not a lot. This will be a shorter live than like the one from this morning because there was a lot of fumbling around. Now, let me put into. I got a couple things that I put over on the website. I started up some notes. More along the lines of keep my head straight on this. Hopefully, it helps you guys too, to where you can. Once I concise the notes down, because this is going to be 4 or 5 days, and right off the bat, people aren't getting what a public test realm is. Okay, and they're like, it's not your normal castle. They're going, is it going to kill my castle? You literally copied yourself over to another realm. Um, Matt, how you doing, man? You're not the only one. We got a couple viewers in there. It's late. I would imagine that everybody burnt themselves out on this in the public test realm that's involved in this morning or last night, and then because there's people 4 or 5 hours before when they issued the download, people got up and got ready, and that was 8 hours before they opened the test realm. So people are like, you know, they can't do like me. These 20-hour days make it easy. You need a raspberry fig bar, or you can't get this stuff done. All right, so we got some follow along stuff, right? The there is the page open to everybody. I'm gonna have to work on the font of my hyperlinks because that's not very clear that is a hyperlink on that page. But there's the forum where if you guys see stuff, make some notes in there, and then I will try to go back, add it to my list of notes, that little bullet point thing that I got going, and then as I find film for it, I will hyperlink film over for it because 99% of people can't read. You know, I shouldn't say can't, they just won't. Uh, you, you know how I got into, I had this channel back in 2007 before YouTube was owned by Google. Okay. I've owned GunMuse that long. I mean, it was this new concept come out of putting video up there, but back then you had to pay for your bandwidth. And I owned my own servers. I was tied in the background, and we were shooting videos for the gun magazine, and it was just cheaper for me to run the videos through my own servers, and it was actually better than what YouTube was back then. We could put out a better quality video. Back in the day, before there was an outdoor channel. One goes, how long I've been doing this stuff, guys. Johnny Rollins, for those of you who are outdoor enthusiasts, he makes the Rollin 450. He designed the Rollin 45. He designed the Glock kits and stuff like that. Johnny Rollins shot 200 and some odd videos back before there was an outdoor channel. And then at the SHOT Show one year, the biggest gun show in the world in Vegas, sometimes it's in New Orleans, uh, he pitched the concept to a bunch of people and said, hey, I've got all these videos already in the can ready to go. And they said, wow, what a great idea. They took all his videos and they got him in some asinine lawyer contract. They stole it and they wound up with the outdoor channel and he wound up with nothing. Hawking freaking, like the AM radio guys are always hawking some pain relief pills and pain relief powders. That's what Johnny Rollins wound up doing on the radio. But he's actually more popular now than he was back then. But I love Johnny Rollins. He's just such a good guy. He's just one of the nicest people ever. They screwed him over. I was a big supporter of his back then because GunMuse, the brand name of GunMuse, for those that don't know any of this, we were in a war with ESPN Outdoors. There was a company called shooters.com. They screwed over all the gun dealers. We literally were building Amazon before there was Amazon. And you couldn't get these idiots to understand you can't charge people freight 8 times. If you go in and put 8 items in your cart, you can't ship it from 8 different stores. You have to have a centralized warehouse. That's what I was arguing. What I didn't know I was arguing at the time is, and it just made simple common sense to me. The customer is not going to pay for freight 8 times just for the convenience of shopping online. The stores need to send their goods because it's cheap to send a pallet. A pallet full of goods, a ton of goods on a pallet, like $150. So it was, when you amortize that over the thousands of goods on the pallet, it's not that big of a shipping cost. Then you have all the stuff in a warehouse that can be shipped out. And that's what you do when you go to Amazon. You add things from 20 different stores, you click enter, and it comes out of one Amazon warehouse because all the, if I was still selling on Amazon, I used to sell DVDs on there. We just ship them to Amazon, and it's cheaper for the customer to buy them, and I don't have to do squat. Before we did the Amazon stuff, we used to do the eBay thing, and I had a small staff that was packing packages, just to put a label on a thing and put a DVD in a thing. It's a whole process. You got to hire a lot of people to do it. It's cheaper to go through Amazon and let them deal with your freight. So I don't even know why I got off. And then we got into a fight with ESPN Outdoors because they picked up a search engine that wasn't mine because they were buddies with the guy that built that search engine, and that's why they picked it up. And then they were out there telling everybody, well, we are ESPN Outdoors, and we got 8 million views per month. And then they went head to head with me, and you couldn't compete in my world. Not on the gun topic. I had a real search engine that really worked, and I had 2 million people per month searching for firearms through my search engine. And ESPN Outdoors come to me and gave me and signed a contract to pay me $15,000 a month for my traffic, and then they didn't pay the bill. Sound like Huawei, right? You got to know that ESPN Outdoors was really truly anti-gun, and their goal was to screw over the gun dealers, and they wanted users to think that they were outdoor gun sports friendly through some little anonymous page. But off the 8 million people off their website, they were getting like 300 a month to their gun search. It's still on ESPN Outdoors, I think. I think that link is still there for their version of the outdoor gun stuff. But you can't. But George Soros, later on, years down the road, George Soros took over the National Shooting Sports Foundation, and pretty much data for the gun industry got removed from the web from the inside. They bought over companies who had voting power, and they voted out no sharing of data because they said, well, we're going to get sued. That was the excuse for not letting customers know where their product is. So they either sue you out of business or you volunteer to go out of business is what happened there. Yeah. So any of you that watch this stuff on the news where they start talking about, well, Twitter's blocking us. Yeah, well, get on the boat. It's been happening for 20 years, guys. Yeah. Not new stuff. So, little history right there off the bat. Yeah. I got asked to put GunMuse back together again. But the regulations, they ask those things like I'm too stupid or too lazy, because most people are, to go read the ATF regulations. And I always love getting into debates with people who think they've read them or think that when they read things, they interpret it what's beneficial for them. Like there's a lot of guys out there that are drilling 80%. Well, this is legal. No, it's not legal. Just because you hadn't been arrested for it doesn't make it legal. It just means that they want to get to a point where it's beneficial for them to take down a very large network at a time and make it a marketing scheme while they take you down. If the ATF cannot deploy Black Hawk helicopters to take down a guy that makes $20,000 a year, it's not a good day. It's not good TV. Yeah. All right. So on the Uncharted Seas, I'm here. I'm logging back in. I was number 4. I've fallen off the thing. Man, this one Lisa girl. There's a couple of these people in here that are really good at getting these points. So these points here. This is my goal here today, is to figure out what is developing these points. Because, all right, so one and only Jay, he's the R5 most of the time. He gets to set the buildings down, so he's always putting a march in there. So I know how he's getting more points. Lisa might just be right there with him. I don't know. But donating to the Alliance research is definitely part of it. Now I come on and I move this in the middle of the night. And I burned all my 25 up and 6 of them are left. All right, so that's given me points, which I can't see on that leaderboard because it only goes down to 7 and it doesn't let me scroll. Oh, you know what? Let me try something. Some of these interfaces respond to my scroll mouse, but this one does not. All right. But if I go here, I'm now at 1,147 points out of 3,000. I need to move to the next thing. So I need to find other things than donation that give me points. And right now I haven't found them. So 1147, you know what? I need to write that down or I'm going to forget the number. Just because I get sidetracked and other topics. I try to keep some storyline time going on there. If we don't change the topics up enough, there's no entertainment value there. I mean, you got to be entertained. Okay, so 1147, writing that down. All right, let's go up here and kill some threats. Now, so on the little sheet that I got there in the man, we got people running around. We got people running around, and what someone come in there and hit me, and I'm like, well, it's a free heal, right? I had a couple 100,000 gold, so I thought, well, it's a free heal. Ooh, but I didn't understand the healing process at the time. I'm going to have to do a dedicated video to the healing process for this event. Now, I'm a little leery about doing a dedicated video off what I see in the public test realm, all right, because they'll change it. Uh, where is? Let me do the share here. Copy. There we go. Okay, so uh, I have been almost 24 hours trying to get my troops back. So they literally stalled me as a big player. Uh, Good tactic, but the uh, in that 5 hour live video, it told me you are shielded for 1 day and 24 hours. So I had a 2 day shield. Only I didn't. Uh, I don't know what that 2 day shield apparently applied to my regular castle, but the notification of the 2 day shield came over to the public test round with me. So I read it literally that in the game I'm playing that said I had a shield and I didn't. And a Chinese actor come over there and just kept hitting me. I was like, I don't care. Why are they doing this? But it really did handcuff me. And then I made another big mistake. You only got the gold you come over with. And I thought I was burning resurrection coins, but my eyesight's crap. So I was burning my gold. I burned up a couple 100,000 gold, and so now I'm gold poor. Are these my normal glasses? These are not. Uh, tell me I did not leave my glasses in the house. So there's that. And then, so now I'm looking for other places to score points, right? We finally got that bridge built, which was a, man, if you've seen that other thing, that because we couldn't get across the water, the auto search function was a pain in the butt. Now you've got, and I've got, I've got. Okay, see, I'm not doing research right now. Got to keep that timer going. Because now I'm up to 904,000 of these things. I don't know what this next one's going to be in a couple hours, but this was 600,000 to open this one. So I would imagine that it's going to be big. So I'm going to put one more buff there. 25 minutes. I'm going to put a 30-minute timer. I got little timers on my thing here. I've got to work to where I can put that timer on the screen, and then that would be helpful for me when I just look over at the video and there's the timer, right? Would be helpful for you guys too. So what you guys can do is like, okay, Google or Siri, set timers, just like you're cooking stuff on the stove. You're going to want to keep that going over and over and over and over and over again. It's critically important. It is a choke point. Okay. And the reason I know it's critically important is there's always people out there who are, they just pound on it. And with having all of GOG in one place, those people are compiled in a bigger spot. So you look at the top of the leaderboard, right? These people are all hard hitters, man. They're working their butts off. Because I spent 6 hours in here until I ran out of timers today, and then I had to sleep. So they probably spent 10 hours in here getting things done. So I want to go look at this. See, I'm still 1147. Oh, wait a minute. I hadn't killed a threat yet because I couldn't find one. All right. So we're going to see if killing a threat gives me points. I killed quite a few threats earlier today, but I didn't pay attention. That did not give me points. So these other people hit their timers and got their donations in. If there's another way of making points, I really So I'm running up against this timer wall for donating. So Alliance Research, we say Alliance Research, and everybody thinks the stuff that we do right now, but that's not the important one. This is the important one. Okay, so I got 1 more minute before I can even donate another 1,500. Now, I would bet that the points are directly related to the size of what I'm donating. So that's 1,000. That's 1,000. Need level 6 towers. So we need to work on that next. Oh, we'll research. Yes. Okay, so we'll start that now. All right. So your R4s need to pay attention to that. The people come in the middle of the night and donated. And so you need, I mean, we're waiting on that to open that, and that's going to block some of that. You know, I guarantee to research that we're going to have to open some more of that. I know we had to get to 5 of 20 to even start donating to this one. Okay, so I don't know. I mean, so we got to get to level 6 on the towers to start donating to this one. And then these ultra rallies, going to have to be some separated videos because we're going to have to, there's a cooldown on how often you use the ultra rallies. If you look at the notes that I put up there on the website about big players versus small players, if you let people get into their head, somebody's bigger than me is out there and I can't do anything. If they're a quitter before they start, you're not going to help them. That's how they live their life. It really is. It's a video game. They're digital things. If they die, you shouldn't care. The fact that the game has made these digital things cost thousands and thousands of dollars is one of the reasons people stop playing the game. They're afraid of losing what they. Somebody made the comment this morning: is GOG being a smartass? You think GOG will be the only digital currency left in the year 2022? That is happening now. There is perceived value to your GOG stuff. I mean, okay. My gosh, my nose was itching. It's rude to do that on film, and I'm still gonna do it. I gotta make sure I don't lose my mic. I had a battery problem. Man, I live in the desert. It's normally 110 degrees out here. It has rained for the last 3 weeks, and everywhere there is a micro puddle is a breeding ground for mosquitoes. I it was one of the mosquitoes is one of the reasons I hated living in Kansas during the summer. Everybody goes, oh, it's humid, but man, the mosquitoes were just some of the worst part of it. All right, so we're waiting 45 minutes on that. I don't have a 1 hour timer. I have to build one. The R5 in here, the guy that's we got a couple people passing the R5 back and forth because only the R5 can build. So that's something you guys are gonna have to have is a trusted situation to pass the R5s back and forth so that you can get buildings done in the middle of the night. Right now, we get this fort stuff, we can't build it because I'm not the R5. Go join her rally. All right. I've got one march in. We finally built an alliance farm that's part of the event Alliance Farms. And I've got a march in there gathering now. So you need to gather within your territory, right? There's this Alliance Farm here. It's not this Alliance Farm. All right, let's go territory, resources. See, it's that Alliance Farm's not even placed. This is going to be the confusion that anybody that's in charge of setting up their event is going to have to undo. Stop what you think you know, shut the hell up, and listen to what you need to know. All right. And I'm saying that as rudely as I possibly can because you are not going to engage somebody who knows what they're doing, even though they've never done it before, until you slap them in the face rudely and make them stop and steam and go, and then go, oh. Then they'll be silent and shut up. It's just the way they are. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish you could go talk to people and say, hey, that's not just true. Here's what's true. And they go, oh, crap, I didn't know that. Sorry. There's people like that, but it's actually a smaller minority than the freaking know-it-alls. Yeah, well, I got that part. So it's a 6-minute cooldown, and I got 25. So what is that? A little over 2 hours. Uh, I can go back in there and do that. But yeah, I was gonna go back in. I don't need to make sure I do it every time the timer's up on that one. So I am gonna look at. Okay, so I've had this gathering for a little while. Now, gear, buffs, and guard cards all do speed up the gathering rate. Plus, I would assume that, man, I'll tell you, I hadn't been doing it because I don't care. Let's go in here and burn these up. It just dawned on me because I'm so big, I hadn't been putting research into gathering. All right. I don't care. I mean, I can send such. I just don't care to gather. At the end of the day, it cost me $10 to get a billion food. So for my lazy play style, I'm not logging in and gathering every day. I don't give a shit. If Guns of Glory wants to sell their passwords to third-party people so they can sell me RSS, fine. Because they're not farming in my kingdom. They are literally logging in with a developer password and spawning castles. So I'm not going to pretend it's not happening, and I'm not going to pretend I'm not buying. The that's the end of that. The you want your market, you want your little black market money. We'll talk about it. The okay, so I'm going to go to talents. Because these are big. Now I can't generate any more speed ups while I'm in this public test realm. So that's why burning the gold was such a bad thing. Oh, and you can't buy temporary wonders or nothing either. Yeah, oops. Okay, so that's not going to happen. Estate. So while you guys are getting prepared for the event, I would suggest you have your alliance getting some of this stuff done. This is stuff you can do before the event starts, right? I need to make a note of that on the preparing sheet. Oh, wow, I opened up way too much food. Okay, so there's that. The construction for building the buildings, man, that hasn't been an issue. We're building towers in like 2 minutes. So I if it becomes an issue, I will update the chart. But right now, not an issue. 5 out of 5 there. Trade capacity is this warehouse has got nothing to do with that warehouse as far as I can tell. And let's go back in here to research. And let's go to the old development. Did I skip any? Only thing I don't have done in here is like hospital capacity, which doesn't matter in this event. Oh, what does matter? Okay, guys, the firewall system that I've been pushing, promoting, and I've got to say thank you for all the people who are coming back and counteracting the Guns of Glory marketing crew going, oh, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. And they go in my comments and they start shit talking. You know, people who aren't members of the website, haven't tried it, don't know what they're looking at, but there's people who are, lots and lots of people who are coming back and bragging about how their C-31 beat up C-42s, on defense, which is the point of the firewall system, is to give you the ability to stay in a fight. While it doesn't mean you can kill a C-42 with your C-31, that's not what that does. It does mean that you can kill somebody that you know you can kill, and you don't go to zero just because the C-42 is there, right? You can keep your attack march on the move, doing your job, helping your team as a team player, and stay in the fight, right? Very important in an event like this. So this is good timing for the firewall to finally get done. But these researches in the defense, people ignore these, and it's very important to the power of the firewall to get in here and get this stuff done. All right. Got to burn some food off anyway. So I got to put my firewall back in place because I was ignoring it, thinking I was going to have a quick instant heal, which I did not. But you don't, these little 2%, is like, well, that's only 2%. It's 2% on base. 1 times 2 is 2, but 2 times 2 is 4. You're turning a 1 into a 2. Your 4 is your show stat. Your 2 is your show stats. So if I go to 3 on my defense number, it's 3 times 2, which is now 6. This is what you're increasing when you're doing this research on any of this research. All right. So it's very important. I honestly don't know how wall defense matters. It's in here several times. It's got to matter in some way other than what it appears to be obvious. That it's your health, because knocking down somebody's walls so that they get ported, God, it's an all day event to do that now. Okay. So they're teaching you this during the event because we go into the event stuff and we do our research. Pirate health plus 140. This is, when this gets done here, I'm going to have 140 to my troops' health against pirates. And it's a base stat health. All right. Like I said, we did +1 health this morning where we couldn't kill a level 6 threat and then shot at the level 9s. So the math is working the same way. It's just getting a new label inside the event. What you're tickled with. All right, so there's the help button. I don't think the help button even works in here. All right. Okay, so there's quests to kill Redguard camps. Jarvis is asking Alliance Research. Let me see his question. Alliance donation, is it for the research? Okay, inside the event, you click on the Alliance Research and select topic. All right, so the normal Alliance Research doesn't matter. This is the research he's asking about in here. So the donations that we're used to doing, right? Well, it matters for whether or not we got members in this public test realm, right? That's what we're doing there, as well as troop march speed. So we're members and troop march speeds all we're going for here. Other than that, we're honestly, I would like to throw a point or two in freaking like something like distance, like just 1 point. 1 point. Oh, see, we did artillery help there. That's good for defense. Uh, we had to do some stuff to get in there. So like troop march speed's not done. Research speeds. I don't know that those research speeds help here. And all right. That is one of the beauties of the deck system is my restarts are actually fast. Okay, so let's go help him out here. Hopefully they fix this bug, right? There's no one else awake, so I've got lots of stamina in my bag, so I will help these guys get their quests done. Helps me earn a little bit of gold back during the week. Okay, so let's go back and all right, so Alliance construction, Alliance research, select the research that we are doing. Here is the little button for the 20% bonus to rewards up here, right? So make sure your R4's got that turned on. And that is telling your members what you're focusing on next. All right, so I got 2 of them done there. And then let's see how much that gave me. So 3,000 gave me 12 points. 6 points per 1,500 on the donation. So I need bigger donations. And let's go back in here. And this is why this is not going to be a long live. This is what I'm going to be doing over and over and over and over again. And like I said, the battle research, you got to get down to level 6 on this to start that. And then and then this is, since these are longer timers, I've been kind of hitting those when I log off because right now I can gain more from the backup supplies. You want to open that one up as fast as possible because if you're logged off for several hours, come back in, you click your backup supplies, boom, you got a lot to spend, a lot to donate. That's why I got 291, but my warehouse was only 100K. So I started doing my warehouse research. That's why I'm spamming that up, because I know it's going to get bigger. And when I log off, I want this full, which I'm getting from killing threats and red guard camps and stuff, right? All right, so this is annoying. Gotta get those out of there just so that that light isn't lit up. See, this is why they compound things that don't have anything to, in the war. Let's light up the war, and let's light up the 10 gold gift chest. You know, so your eye starts ignoring that little icon, because it usually means somebody went and made a piece of purple gear, right? All right, so we go look at the threat victories for a red guard camp. 10,000 pirate loot for red guard camp, which is like 4,500 for the little threats, right? Hold on, I gotta wait for my March to come back. Oh, I tell you what I gotta do. I gotta get out of my damn research gear. So these people that are ahead of me, I mean, they've just gone through a couple different cooldowns than I have. So, like I said, they really grounded out today. Yeah. They got more Mountain Dew than I got. So for right now, the Alliance chat for this event is broken. Uh, Now I believe this is all the kingdoms chat. Do, 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 do. And share, copy. I mean, right now you're going to be relying on these people that don't sleep to really get your alliance ahead early in this event, or you are going to wind up being at the mercy of another kingdom with big players in it, and that mosquito is just driving me nuts. Uh, this little thing is, I'm in this kingdom and in an alliance. That's because you don't have the code to be part of the public test realm. I don't know why Guns of Glory sent out a link to download to everybody on the planet. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I do. Discord room. We had to use marketing and rumor to make everybody think they could be included, but then they only wanted certain players in there because this was about bigs versus. There's a blend here, guys. I looked around. There's a blend here. They're trying to find out if they're going to overwhelm somebody. They're trying to get an outcome that makes their top coiners happy while making it appear to be a fair fight. Okay, that's the goal of this public test run. You want to get down to the business aspects of this. That is the goal. All right. They're running a business. They're not running a charity. Maybe one day UNICEF will own Guns of Glory, but for now, you're going to deal with the Chinese. Yeah. All right. So you were invited. You will have gotten a gift code in your main account. And Discord's got nothing to do with that. That was, oh, that was a timer. Okay, so what have I got going on here? I can't, I think I couldn't. I need to make it so you guys can hear that too. That is definitely an advantage for me to have this media board here running my timers. Uh, so I want to build loop. I'll tell you what I want. I need to get these medical supplies up. It is making me nervous that I don't have a march to deal with people who don't know what they're doing. They're just Hulk smash, right? Come in there to start hitting stuff. I'm just gonna go hit stuff. It's free. It's not costing me anything on my real account. Yeah. All right. That's beta problem. That's public test run problems we're dealing with there. All right, so Uncharted Seas, let's go here, Alliance Research. Here's a freaking question. Can I get more points out of this? That's ready to be researched. Crap. And that's ready to be researched. I'll start those in a minute. We'll unbottleneck that. Maybe I'll get some more stuff out of these other ones up here. $20. Let me set a timer for that so I know to come back and start something else. Okay. March speedups don't work. Gold does. All right, so there's that. And then I'm going to switch to this. The reason your build gear, whatever you got that's giving you the best reduction in time on build gear, this is my best set of time reductions, does count for reducing the time of building something. Okay. Man, we got a lot of people in here now. How is everybody doing? No one's talking. Is it late? Like, oh, what? I don't want to play GOG at 2 in the morning. Yeah. Right. So put your duelist ring, which gives you troop march speed. And then once you land, we want to swap back to combat gear. Otherwise, we're going to get our ass handed to us. Okay, so I have landed and probably am setting the, I'm going to go back to my Nope, she set the tone. Ah. It's only 6 minutes. It's only 6 minutes to build that fort. Man, the micro view thing is annoying. It really is. Let me get in here. See if I can't expand this up. See, you can't click on anything anymore. That sucks. Uh, I'm not doing good. I'm getting my ass beat by these people out here. There's some hard workers in here. I'm playing catch up. I went and took a nap after 6 hours. I was in the top with everybody else when I went to bed, and I went to bed, come back, and I'm not even on the board. I don't like that. Yeah, I got a recognizable name. I got to be, you know, looking like I'm trying. I do have the benefit of a YouTube channel showing people that I am working on it. Yeah. Other than that, the in-game perspective is, you're not doing shit, right? That's going to be the answer from the troll. I looked at a board and you're not there. Never mind the 10 hours of video of me clicking buttons. Uh, if there's some dirty little secret to making that number go up, I really want to know what it is. But I really, right now, all I can find out is endurance and hard work is the only thing going to make that thing go up. So there's that. Oh, let me go. Oh, you know what? Well, I'm going to go do it before I do it. I'll show you in the hospital here for the Enchanted Seas. All right, this is an epically forever taking time frame to get these things over here. And see, that's sped up out of nowhere. That was empty an hour ago. I did not earn that many per hour because my rate is only 27 per minute. 27K. It doesn't say K, but it is 27K. All right, so heal. And then I'm dinking with that. So there's a bug in one of their layers of research where it's supposed to add a multiplier, and while it shows on display, it's doing some kind of subtraction or divide by zero math that's confusing the thing. And then I've gone past that. That's that's a bug. Uh, I was doing really good, getting 90, 80K every couple, every 3, 4 minutes, and then all of a sudden I stalled for the rest of the day. I thought I'd come back to have 10 million freaking things, and I come back and I barely had like 200K, 300K. So I seem to be getting past that stalling point of some broken math. Guns of Glory has a lot of what I call divide by zero problems in math. Okay. And every once in a while, if you guys are watching the channel, you see me come out with some little tip or trick. It's because I found a divide by zero math problem. They do not test their own work. They just launch it. They book studio time and everything else, and they rely, without me breaking down their math, they wouldn't have bugs to fix. It would just be one constant ongoing bitch fest of how this doesn't work, that doesn't work. I don't see anybody else that's breaking down the bugs for them, and they don't pay me enough for it. They don't pay me squat. Yeah, that's why over in Rogers Raiders for the $2 a month, like that's like the crowdfunding. That's why we got the $2 a month over there. Two reasons. One, when we put a paywall up, it stopped the spam cold. Hadn't had a spammer since. Spammers aren't going to spend $2 a month to spam me. It, there's no gain to it. The So it stops the spam. That makes the community more pleasant for people who are there. You don't have a bunch of Russian coming to my Russian porn site links all over the place. The I haven't had to clean out a single spam since we put the paywall up. The man, I'm sitting here staring at this when it should be going, right? 20 minutes. What was I waiting for? Oh, I was waiting 20 minutes on this research, right? Okay. All right, so I need to tell them my plan so somebody else doesn't jump in there. Okay, so I don't know what the donation capability is going to be on the other side of that block. Uh, but if donating goods is where I earn points, the guys who got to donate on the +5s that were the ones stuck doing the timers on, you kind of fucked us on that one, guys. All right. So we went and donated all that stuff up. It's ready to research. You guys do that in the middle of the night and just burn the timers. So we're waiting on timers. We can't donate. Come on. So they did a +5, which is probably 3, 4, 5, 6,000. That's probably where the points came from, where they did a runaway. And we're stuck with the shit work of let the timers burn down. Uh, I, I need to make a note of that. That don't do that shit. Leave the donations for your night crew, not just the timers. Uh, or you're going to make half your alliance absolutely worthless because they can't get their quests done, they can't get their stuff open. All right, that the cooperative portion isn't you're cooperating by clicking every button you can click in. Sometimes you need to not click the button so that somebody else can click the button. The this game does work better if everybody moves up together. The when people start getting breakouts and bigger, I found that it just the mental note is, well, they're doing it, I don't have to. All right. So if you start outrunning everybody else instead of helping them keep up with you in a cooperative spirit, you will slow down the overall alliance capability. The uh, that's is what it is. It's a mistake that I've made. That's why I'm telling you this. The in the 592 project, we discussed this long and hard. Last year I built too quickly, and it became, well, GunMuse will do it. The It's nice that I had the capability to go shoot some cool videos where we run some tricks and efforts and had the capability of doing that, but I didn't spend all that money on the castle to go do other people's work. You know, it's not a welfare system. Yeah. And okay, I'm gonna make a note of this. Hold on, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna hold on. I gotta put the. I'm gonna make a note of it on the website here, so everybody can read this. All right, guys. So I'm gonna show you while I'm doing it, and I gotta go back and bookmark the film. Okay, so I can't show you how much this is going to be until that tower opens up. So we're 3 minutes from doing that, so that I can show you that there's a larger donation button underneath there, right? These are donate 1000s. We want big donations because that's our points. Uh, these, so we're going to leave these for the people who don't have that much stuff to donate. But look down here. Oh, donation opportunity in 5 minutes, right? So I got 3 opportunities right now. Why would I waste my per minute on a low one, right? I want as much as I can possibly get on the per minute as I can get. I'm trying to unlock a quest. And then once I unlock the quest and I see what the next quests are on the other side, then I'll make a judgment of, well, here's what we do next. All right. So some of this is I'm explaining to you, don't do this, and then some of this is I got to get to the next step so I can on film explain to you what not to do, or what to do. Right. I'm going to put a little thing here. All right. Alliances. Try to move forward as alliance is. Got to remember, this is a kingdom fight. Because I don't know if they're going to let you swap alliances. We'll I'll try to convince people to see if we can do that. If you can move around alliances because one of them's built better, or one of them spread out more. Man, I don't know. That's You really want each of these alliances being able to build towers to defend as a kingdom, right? So you got your botters out there. So gathering RSS is key. Okay, inside the alliance tiles, the where you own your alliance. So the botters out there gathering stuff outside because their bot doesn't know what's inside or outside lines are of no help. If that makes sense. Uh, I'll put that note in here. Bots gathering resources outside. Yeah. It doesn't matter what time of day I start one of these things, Banner. Uh, this is a little low, but I suspect it's a little low because a lot of people crash from working hard here. But no, yeah, this is well, one, there's not a lot going on. The timers are long, so I can get some of this stuff put in writing so that we can follow along. So I'm updating the web page now. Do, 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 do. What's up, Banner? Hit me with your question. it's better to build one color code. So tier 1, 2, and 3. They fight as a block. Okay? Damage starts and winds. Okay? It's like a snaky snake going through your troops. Okay? There's an order in which the troops fight, and then there's the tiers in which the troop fights. So it as you get hit, it goes up to the next level, and it snakes up and it keeps doing this. All right? That's why the numbers aren't just big, round, fat numbers. Building many of these. That's not, there is a percentage of protection from the tier below to the tier above, and then on the tier above, your defense numbers become exponentially engaging. All right. So what I haven't done with the firewall is wrote the videos to explain why you need to be doing your defense research to really make the firewall stupidly effective. It's cheap, it's fast, and everybody ignores it, including me. I just started doing it a couple months ago because I didn't care, right? What do I care about estate defenders? The estate defender attack number. With the firewall, you care. That number becomes exponentially huge. Your tier 3 basically there's a video that I got out there called Math and Other Fucking Problems. All right? It's boring as shit. It's about an hour long of me explaining the difference between base math and show math. But once you understand the difference between base math and show math, then you know why you're doing the research. You know why you're doing the plus 1% in your alliance artillery health, because it becomes very important math to defending your castle. Because artillery is the last troop tier hit in the tier. And artillery is very high health, and it absorbs damage before the next tier of troop comes in, which has completely different base stats. So once you start applying multipliers to the larger base stats, literally a tier 3 buffed doing the research like you're supposed to looks more like a tier 8. So if you haven't done your research, your tier 3s are tier 3s. But if you do your research, your tier 3s fight as tier 8s. So, but you only have to pay to replace tier 3s. I hope that makes sense. 30%. Start with 30% before you move up to tier 4. 30% of what the website's showing you will get you by. And honestly, Banner, if you work on Wednesdays, your kingdom should be running their troop training buff on Wednesdays. If you're getting your speed ups out of and hoarding them all week long for the Wednesday build, then you'll build that tier 3 in like 2 weeks for free. If you're not spending, you're just trying to figure out how to do it without spending in the game. That's how you do it. It takes a while. I capped, while I was doing the planning, my speed up spending at $50 a week. I didn't buy more than $50 a week worth of speed ups unless I had to replace some mistake that I made. And then I literally only replaced the mistake that I made with any extra purchases. So $50 a week on a Wednesday when you get twice as many speed ups on Wednesdays from the limited deals. The 3x3 deal is not a good deal. You're better off buying the limited deals, like the dollar pack on Troop Training Day from the normals, plus the dollars in the limited deals and the $5 and the $9. Those are great deals as far as focusing your money. Yeah, think of it as a winding snake. As when you get attacked, there's a winding snake going through there, and then there is class interaction. All right, so my guards now are the 2 guards that give us class interaction. Okay, I'm gonna go here. Yeah, we're gonna get that one started. I'm trying to find bigger stuff over here. So I got 1500s here. I'm going to let this build up and see if I can find a bigger number on the other side so I can get more points. Dude, those guys that spam you in your mailbox, uh, that say go online and buy RSS from us, they're not in your kingdom farming. They're building castles out of nowhere with a developer password. 10 bucks will get you a billion food, and that'll build a lot of damn troops. Uh, I built the firewall back up the other day for 350 million food, 400 million food, something like that. Just putting 100,000, just getting a base 100,000 in there. The I will. My problem is speed ups because I got, especially when you got to start getting into the tier 12s. But once you get that firewall built up, so that you're not having to replace as many of your top tier troops, then you'll start to see that you're growing in power because no one wants to hit you. They lose their march, and you steadily grow in power, which means you're more relevant in KVKs, you're more relevant in UACs and Darklands, all those places. The Yeah, the bullying system that was designed by Guns of Glory to create controversy, to create spending, hasn't worked. People are not going to spend just because somebody else on the planet's a douchebag. It's not going to happen. Oh, you got like 10 castles spamming you. Oh, yeah, those, dude, it's, find a guy you like, just contact him online. 10 bucks will buy the food. The other RSS should be just during events freebies. The only time I buy other RSS, which is like a $60 pack for 2 billion food, 2 billion wood, and like 200 million silver, stuff like that, that's 60 bucks. You know, you can take somebody from C30 to C35. I will go buy that and gift it to players uh, who've done the work of gathering up the badges, and I need them to be team worthy. Uh, and so I will go gift them the RSS so that I have a team to play underneath me. It doesn't do me any good to have a big castle if I don't have a team behind it. Uh, and quite frankly, all I got is resentment for doing that. The There is no 300% gain, just so you know. Uh, there's no gain. It used to be you could game the 300%. If you watch one of my old videos, it's like, oh, what do I do with this 300%? That video is probably way out of date. We used to mathematically game it so that when we died, we built back our troops. We got more troops than what died. It was a way to grow. We grew exponentially back in Kingdom 362. Uh, that's gone. You can't do that anymore. You only get back what you put into it, and even then they fraud you on that math a lot. Uh, yeah, you need a firewall. Uh, I can tell you right now in KR, all I got to do is not be bubbled, and I get number one in the KR because I got so many trolls out there that during KR, during the first 5 minutes of KR, I will get 15 players who come over to mega rally me. That's from the GOG troll system. Okay. They come over and start mega rallying me, and they lose their troops. Now, to take mega rallies from monster players, you need the full firewall. The firewall is designed to really take some heavy damage hits at the level that I'm taking them. Interaction is uh, look, artillery protects infantry, and there is an interaction math, where uh, distance kills infantry, cavalry kills distance. That's interaction math. Okay. Uh, so the two wall guards, hold on. Let me make sure I got a timer going before I get into showing this. All right, so right now, you've got Ann and Aramis, right? Those are my two wall guards. I'm not using wall guards for wall guards because I'm using a firewall. These two guards have interaction benefits in their number 5 slot. All right. That's why if you watch like Kingdom 33 with Girls as No One, he's now using these guards as defense. Okay. Because now everybody under his mega, there's class interaction capabilities that gives bonuses 2% here, 3% here. I don't know what the number is. It just works. Okay. You don't need to know what the number is. I broke it down in a dumb fashion where I just let everybody keep hitting me until it broke. And then I said, okay, there's the bottom. And then I started building from there. So I let them keep hitting me, let them spam me, spam me, spam me, spam me. I spent hundreds, thousands of dollars letting them kill my troops until I found out how it broke, and then I let it grow from there. That's how I found the baseline. That's why it worked. That's why I know it works. And then the first one I introduced was basically my full build out numbers, and that scared the hell out of everybody. So I went in there and added a modification to the firewall based on your march capacity in a comparative fashion to what it would take for you to buy that much march capacity, i.e. how much you've spent on guards, how much you've spent on castle, how much you've spent on gear. Every place that there's march capacity has a dollar amount to it or a time frame to it. So the firewall now reflects where you are in spending to how much you need to where you think you're going to be in events. If you're spending a lot of money, you want to be out in the front. Well, the firewall now reflects that because I can see based on your March cap where you've spent money. Uh, well, your troops. So reinforcement adds to your troop count. Okay. Remember, your castle is going to win the fight all by itself. The reinforced troops are along for the ride for the points. But they changed that to where they only get the points for what they killed from reinforcing. So if you build up a firewall in your big castle and everybody's reinforcing it, the reinforcements aren't killing as many troops as the castle is now. So they're not getting all the points. So all the points you've been getting by doing the reinforcements is because you guys in the reinforcing part are doing the work of a firewall, kind of. Uh, I haven't tested whether or not if you took a reinforcement march in a firewall fashion, if everybody, you know what, I will put together a chart for that, and then I I'll let you guys try it, and we'll see. It won't be quick, but figure 7 weeks, 8 weeks. I'll put together a chart that will say here's a reinforcing march that looks like the firewall. So can we build an artificial firewall inside of a castle so that we get points that the castle itself isn't stealing? I think that's what you're asking me. Because it's about points, right? It's about winning the events. It's not about killing troops. Killing troops is the only reason you kill troops is get points. Otherwise, you're just spending money. A lot of people just get a big hard on a big old freaking kill number, right? All right. So we got that up there. So 20% damage received. Okay, the block effect, blocking 20% of the damage received, and increasing survivability and coordination with other units, with both attacking and defending. Now, I'm going to make a caveat because you asked specifically about reinforcing. The guards on the castle that you're reinforcing are the only guards that matter. Yeah, they work great. They're really truly solid defense if you're running a blended march. Yeah, Kadar, that's this was the math I've been working out for 6 months. When these guards dropped, I looked at it, and as soon as I saw the wording interaction, I knew what they meant by that was the class interaction where one tier kills another tier. But I also know how the snaking math works, so I had to work that into the system. Like I said, that's what I'm using to make the firewall very effective. But listen to what I said. The castle that you're dealing with, okay? So if I am the guy being reinforced, your reinforcements are using these two guards, which is good if you're reinforcing me with these guards. But if you're using some farm castle that's got two shitty guards, all your reinforcements have got those same two shitty guards. So know who you're reinforcing. That's been one of the big, they that's one of their quote unquote fixes where some big guy used to reinforce everybody and then people who didn't know better lost their marches hitting a C-22 that had a C-42 hiding inside of them. Okay, what's how they fixed that, because then it made the C-42 use the C-22's guards, and now I go over and hit that C-22 with my 42, and I just wiped his march out. Didn't even stress on it. Uh, I don't think I ever put that out on film. It should be somewhat common knowledge, I would think, but I'd never put that on film before. That the the castle that the crap guards on the castle is your crap guards as a reinforcer, and that was done to prevent people from, you know, spam killing new players. So yeah, there's the content's in constant development. Uh, I've got to get to where I'm hiring people to help put common content in, and there hasn't been a lot of takers. It's boring work. It's not going to pay a lot because there's not a ton of money being made. People will pay $500 million to GOG, but they won't pay $2 to turn that half a billion into 200 million. And you got to remember, they're going to respond to everything that I've done because I'm taking money from their pocket. When you use the stuff that I put out, Guns of Glory is losing money. They're a business. I'm a threat to that business. And they have got to figure out some way to counteract the threat to their business. I'm not insulted by it. Quite frankly, it's one of the fun parts of this for me is I'm screwing with a multi-billion-dollar company and they can't do shit about it. The firewall system right now, if they go try to break that like they broke the calculators last year, the $300 million they lost last year screwing with me ain't nothing, because it will destroy the game if you try to break this firewall calculator. This brings new players the capability to play for more than 5 seconds in an event. I am literally fixing a problem they won't fix. The my my cat. Well, first of all, my other reports, Kadar. Uh, Last week I loaded up a video where 6 C-42s hit me 15 times, and I was only losing 1,500 troops per hit. And none of them had overbearing stats. We were all about equal stats. We were all within 5 or 6%. I'm talking cumulative 5 6%. So 5% of 10,000. Okay. In other words, plus or minus 500. Uh, and the firewall is designed to work at plus or minus 20%. So if you've got an 8,000 top stat and somebody with a 10,000 top stats hitting you, you're probably going to beat your firewall is probably going to beat them. It's designed to do that. Okay. It's designed to allow you to be in a fight where you might have to take a hit from somebody 20% bigger than you. This doesn't stop people from having to spend money to play and engage the game. It just reduces the money they have to spend to recoup from stupidity to play the game. Guns of Glory still believes they can anger people into throwing away their house payment. They if that's your marketing model, there's not enough meth heads in the world because you have to be chemically imbalanced to constantly be doing that. There's just not enough meth heads in the world to follow this business model. It worked. It worked when they had a grand scale. Uh, there were probably in June we estimated when we did the Huawei deal. Huawei's a $62 billion company. When they cut the deal with me, uh, I finally got to see the average spend. The average spender spends about $47 a week. Okay, so I now know what the average spend is. And that's why I could work my business model math because I know what you guys spend. All right. That's average. There's guys who spend more and there's definitely people who spend less. $15 hits. Well, we were dicking with them. That was during UAC. But it was castle on castle stuff. And then you'll see in that video, Admiral Skippy's at a C-37. They were hitting him too, losing their marches on him as well. Because he's built up his firewall a long time ago. I had Admiral Skippy because he's a lower cost spender, building up his firewall for a long time. Now he's hard to kill. Which means he'll be ready for the next event. Which is what we're wanting, right? I want right now, if you had to buy all your speed ups from a KVK in an actual fight, it would take 8 weeks for a free player to replace one march. So you're playing 1 out of every 4 KVKs. How many people would you need in your kingdom active to have them play 1 out of every 4 KVKs? That's how bad they are at their own math. We cannot do this without the free players, guys. It's not possible. Got 10 minutes. Set my timer here. Yeah, I don't have any reports I can show you. And I can show you right now. Look, I got hit in the beginning. This is the PTR test. And so one of those studio castles come over, and the first thing they did in PTR was find me and go hit me, zeroing out my troops. Because they don't want me in here telling you what I know. And they did it while I was in my farm gear. Boxing, you're back up again, man? Yeah. I am trying to find a way to make more points other than donating. There's got to be something in here to earn points other than donating. All right, so that's done. Call back, confirm. I'm curious what was it we were trying to build here? Oh, we're trying to get to this level 2 fortified bridge. Okay. Well, no one's listened for years, and I put this out for years. You shouldn't be filling the tower with your full march. Less damage occurs to your troops if you evenly spread out the fill. So with a 3 million, I'm like 3.6 million mega capacity for KVK, You can put 15 people in there. So those 15 people should only have about a 200,000 march. Yet people bring 600, 700,000 marches. It locks people out of being in the mega rally, and it creates higher losses for them. But if you have 15 players, the damage gets divided out amongst the number of players, okay, not the number of troops. So if you only got 5 players filling a tower and they get hit with, say, a magical number of 1,000 damage, each of those players takes 250 damage or 200 damage. But if you got 15 of them, then they're only getting hit with 66, 67 damage apiece. So the amount of losses they take within their internal rolls goes way down, and your likelihood of winning that fight goes way up. I once upon a time was trying to build a calculator for that using the technology we had at the time, and man, it just wasn't possible to do it and explain it. I probably could do it now, but I've got to get the software writers that are writing specific stuff for me to understand something that no one else understands. So it's a task on my time to go out and show them how to do it, when the reality is it'd just be faster if I did it myself during the teaching lesson. If it was something I was going to have to build 15 times, it would be faster to teach them, but that's something I'm only going to have to build once. So it's just got to wait until I get time to do it. No, people don't listen until they see it in writing somewhere. Then you get to point to it and say, but look at this. Here it is. Go run this math. And then they go, oh. At that point, the leadership has a tool they can just tell everybody else to go read, and then they're not doing anything. In order to get leadership, I'm going to use that word so loosely because it pisses me off what you guys think is leadership. In order to get leadership to accomplish something, you've got to make it so that they don't have to do anything. Because they're not going to do anything. How many absentee R5s are in your kingdom? I'm asking that question blindly, and I'll guarantee you everybody thinks every one of their R5s is absentee. Shows up, says nice things, makes smart ass comments. Everybody loves them. We love our R5. They're wonderful. But they're letting the R4s do all the work. 362, I had a good R4 crew that did all the work. Okay. They did the work. And then when I'm working out the strategy of stuff, it's cold. It's not about being nice or friendly. It's just what's got to get done next. I'm not worried about somebody's feelings or anything else. And I do take into account whether or not the team is capable of getting it done within time based on their spending capabilities, or if we're stretching people to where they want to quit the game because they're spending money they shouldn't be spending. I do sensitive, if I'm inside the alliance looking around, I get sensitive to the people that I see that are trying to keep up, trying to spend $5 they don't have. You don't want that. You're just going to lose a team member. It's not good. Yeah. 592 had the unique problem of being in my kingdom, and Guns of Glory was throwing an absolute hissy fit. I mean, they were in our kingdom chat going, well, you're out of money. You're out of money. And the reason they thought I was out of money is because Huawei wasn't paying me no more. I was like, first of all, how do you know what another company is paying me or not paying me? The the reason they thought I was out of money is because in December I saw some stuff that went, whoa, let's not put any more money in that. And that's when they were downloading the Excel spreadsheet. There's a video out there where I show you how they were hacking using the developer passwords. They're hacking using the catacombs. I put the catacomb hack out there. I shared the file so that if one person's going to hack, everybody can hack. I like fair. As long as we're playing on the same rules. If the rule is let's cheat, then let's cheat. Right? So I'll play that game. That's what people don't get. They're like, oh man, they're gonna come after you. So, guys, I don't eat off of YouTube. Yeah. And then also in November of last year, YouTube changed where they're allowing advertisers for people that they're putting advertising on people's videos that aren't qualified to monetize their accounts. They haven't put the work in to be relevant to the audience, but they're running the ads anyway. And so YouTube is taking 100% of the money for themselves based on somebody else's work. That they only take 60% of my money or 40% of my money. But when you get 100% of the ad dollars, then you start sending traffic to other places and it starts dividing out, I don't suffer the decline that the other YouTubers suffer because at the end of the day, I do the work. So. Yeah, that's the firewall thing. I ran around with one March for 6 months because I kept swap. Man, the first time the big troll hit me, knowing I didn't have my March because I lost it in KVK, and he lost his freaking T12s to my T3s, that was the last time they tried to hit me. There is no way a troll is losing the bragging argument when I post the report that my T3s killed your T12s with damn near similar stats. Yeah, they have a psychological. They actually have a job title inside the Fun Plus where they plan out psychological manipulation to encourage spending. That's the pay for play business model. For most. Oh, there's my ding donging. Let's look at the Alliance one first. 3 seconds. Okay, so here's a question. So thousands on that. Thousands only on the towers. Okay, what about this one now? Thousands only on that. So right now I think the best thing here is let's finish out that one. And one of these had research capability on it, I swear. Okay, research right there. Oh man, you want to talk about grinding? I was one of the original big guys in freaking World of Warcraft. Man, the grind was the grind back then, man. Remember when it took you 3 hours to travel from one point to the other before fast travel existed? Yeah. Most of my guild was people that had their kids on there grinding out the stuff for them during the day because the kids thought that was playing the game. Then they come in and use all the resources to go do the big fights. That's the problem with the phone game, right? It can't really, and this is the thing that I don't like about chat boxes in games. I like the TeamSpeak days. You know, we run a TeamSpeak server. Uh, there's and the people who come on with the intent purpose of being so foul that it is latchkey, look at me way of talking. Always got always got a smart ass comment, even though no one's asked or said anything about it. Always got one. Uh, you know, whatever's broken there can't be fixed. And they don't. Not only do they not know how destructive they are to other people who don't even engage them, they don't care. Like they're so built their bubble world of what they perceive is happening for them and to them based on the way they interact. They don't look at what they're not looking at. They don't see what they don't see. You know, hey, you got 20 people here who aren't logging on anymore because they don't want to. I mean, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it for the purposes that it doesn't personally offend me, but I do know it runs other players off. And I've known that for 15 years. It has never not been a fact that it runs other people off. The conflict runs people off. I'm always in conflict with people, but they want to take conflict into public. I try to keep conflict off the book because public conflict, and then it becomes who's your favorite? Go play with a fun guy, right? Dude, you took Dark Mystic hit me. I didn't take one hit from him. He took 5 million troops out in one hit. Uh, Now I say that, but I was scared when he started to head up at me. I moved my T12s out of my castle because I thought he was going to zero me. Not having the T12s in my castle for my firewall, your T12s need to respond to the attack that your T3s are taking, as well as your other stuff. They defend, and then your topper tiers are responding at a lesser rate. They don't they don't act like an attack march in response, but you're all that stuff's in there. There's a weird teeter totter that takes place during a hit. You know, so the firewall is built like the firewall's built. It opens up based on your tiers that your castle's capable of. So you can send new players in there. And the beauty of the way I've got the firewall system built up in there is people kind of learn as you go. So if new players start using the firewall right away, they they get they get the mechanics of the game. That's what I'm that's what the table should be teaching you is the mechanics. Once you understand the mechanics, you're going to come up with new strategies to defeat the mechanics or to utilize the mechanics. That's how you get a strategy game going. We start using our brains. In the last 2 years, Guns of Glory has lost the ability for people to think. This company says you're going to smash your troops against this wall and you're going to buy more of them. There's not as many money players in this game as everybody thinks there is, Derek. Most of the big castles that I've seen running around are cheaters. There is more cheating castles out there than there are real players in the C43 plus. At the end of the day, Kings of Avalon's cheaper to play than Guns of Glory. The packs may cost more, but you get more for the packs. Well, Dark Mystic has an entire team he finances. And I'm doing something similar, right? I can't do it at his level. I'm not throwing that kind of money at it. You know, what's his name? Keychain Gaming does the filming for Dark Mystic in their kingdom. That's where Keychain Gaming gets his content from. Uh, He hates the shit out of me because I pointed out one time that he doesn't break things down. He doesn't understand what's going on. I would love to promote keychain gaming, but he doesn't bring the mechanics in there so people can start to put the pieces together. You can't just go tell people to just do something, because the minute you start doing the just, I'm going to use the word just. You just go do this. You just do this. You just do that. No one is thinking anymore. No one is looking at the mechanics, what's going on. No one cares about what's changed because they know just what to do. Yeah. Just is probably the dirtiest word in the internet age. Yeah. It is the founding principle of YouTube. Just go to YouTube and just watch this video and you will just make a lot of money. Right? All those guys who advertise on my freaking channel. You see the one guy with the freaking spiked up hair? It's like, can you believe this guy made 100 grand last month and I'm going to show you how. Meanwhile, he's in an empty room in his house recording a video. It's echoing. There's no paintings on the wall. There's no carpets on the floor. I'm going to show you my 100 grand. Yeah. Yeah. Or the other guys who go out and you spend $300, you rent a Lamborghini for the day and you lean against that and shoot the video, right? I can tell you that I outperformed GOG. GOG's got 100,000 subscribers supposedly. I outperform them on views until they buy viewers. You can go out to these companies and buy viewers, but all you're doing is faking the number on the channel. YouTube actually penalizes you with crappier advertisers if you do it. They know you bought fake subscribers and fake advertisers or fake views. Okay? They're not going to expose their advertising revenue to a YouTuber cheating. Now, I don't do that for the simple purpose. I am a small business owner. I wouldn't want my advertising dollar exposed to that kind of cheating. So I don't do that. One of the reasons I make more money than the other YouTubers is I have a better class of advertiser. I get more money per ad than they do. I get more money per thousand. The I run somewhere around, between $48 and $72 per thousand. The average gamer, $2. $2 per thousand views. That's for a good gamer. If you're a YouTube gaming YouTuber and you're making $2 for every 1,000 views, you're at the top of your game. I am in a completely different ballpark league. But I turned off I don't let anybody under 18 watch my channel. Okay. How many views would I have if I let all the kids watch? Right? So my viewer number would go up. I'd look really cool to other people that don't matter, but advertisers aren't paying for an 8-year-old to watch an ad. They're not going to pay for it. So, but they'll pay a premium. So I only have so many minutes a month of video space, right? So they have to bid up a premium to get their ad on my channel because I limit the number of videos that I put out. So they want to get in front of the audience. They know it's a good audience. They know they make money buying ads from me. And so that's just the way that works. But right now, my biggest money maker is Rogers Raiders. I make more money just asking you guys for $2 than I ever do from YouTube. YouTube takes too much. They're too flighty. They're always running experiments on how they can make more money. It's usually at the expense of me making money. Yeah, what's the name? Revenge Gamer. Revenge Gamer put that out in the KOA and exposed the fake castles that were trying to drive people to spend more money. And they punished him. They stripped his castle away. He couldn't log into his own castle. That's how spiteful fucking developers is what that was. Trust me, I know the spiteful developer aspect of it. I'm just in one of those mindsets where if they closed out my castle and I couldn't be on it tomorrow, I would go, thank God, I don't have to play Guns of Glory no more. Yeah, I'm moving into my next project, which is the Idle Tools, uh, and it's Guns of Glory was something I fell backwards into. I started playing Guns of Glory. I was bedridden at the time that I started playing Guns of Glory. I was actually looking for a game that I'd been playing, but I deleted from my phone. I couldn't find it no more. And I know it was Kings of something, and I wound up with Kings of Avalon. I got an ad for Guns of Glory. I was like, well, that sounds better than the nerdy dragon thing. Let's go play with guns. That's how I got into this by accident. No, I get bored, man. Uh, I have not stuck with anything more than 3 years in my entire life, except the Navy. I did 6 years in the Navy. The But there's not a job afterwards that I've done more than 3 years because at some point the challenge is gone and it's not fun for me anymore. If it's not challenging, it's not fun. And right now, Guns of Glory is not challenging to me. So the they're about to lose their best marketing tool. The Simply because this is not a challenge to me. It's not that the tools are going away or what I'm building is going away. I've built a business here. It's making money. Uh, but I also know, having built several business, this is my 12th business venture. Anytime I turn it over to somebody else to run the business, it's not going to be run as well. It's going to not make as much money. It's not going to grow as fast. And it may suffer some really big hits based on bad decisions where people get power and they think they need to be nice and friendly and said, just do the right thing. The market will keep following you. It's hard to explain to people that I control 65% of the YouTube search for Guns of Glory content. Okay. Uh, the average gamer only, if you are, again, one of these pinnacle godlikes in your topic, you control about 20%. Uh, the I control 65% of the search, and I have 45% of the subscribers in the overall. And I don't know how many of the other people's subscribers are fake. I I, I know people that just suddenly spun up. I know the rate at which I gain subscribers, and then I see them spin up 1,500 out of freaking nowhere, and I go, red flag. But then I've had days where something's going on with the YouTube algorithm and the search. Like, we've done lives where I've had 4,000 people on the live stream. So, and they stayed for like more than an hour, hour and a half. Uh, I don't know if it was something broken at some algorithm change that was taking place worldwide in the Google servers and allowed me to get top rankings for a few hours. You don't know. But since it's impossible to duplicate that, without spending money to duplicate it, uh, you just kind of live with what it is. Yeah, I've given up. I've given away 5 C40s that I've built. Yeah. There's a reality to making this product, this YouTube product. I get too big to make the product. My C42 is too big to make content that the market wants to follow. Okay. That's why I'm more interested in promoting a new YouTuber so that I don't have to build a new castle. Literally, just go back over my old videos and shoot my content your way on your castle, and I'll promote you. That's all I'm asking you to do is get the fundamentals down, teach the fundamentals with the new graphics, and I will throw my multi-millions of viewers per month that come through Rogers Raiders towards some of the things. There's just not that many players in Guns of Glory when you get right down to it. The 200,000 active players that we thought existed last year, I think is down to about 25,000. That's how much market they've lost. The That's from, I mean, you guys know I do math. I watch my advertising dollar. I got bills to pay, got overhead, got a nut to crack, so got to deal with that. I'm gonna go burn up all these while I can. Well, that 1500 is my biggest one right now. Yeah, and look at the people who hate it. They, it. I've stated before that I don't believe the last two generations, the last 40 years of people coming out of school, I think they removed it from school. Matter of fact, I know they removed it from school. There's actually some politicians now that are going, whoa, how did we get these people throwing crap at statues? And the reason we got it was not because they got trained that everybody's a bigot, but because they didn't get trained in the ability to use deductive reasoning. No ability to look at what's going on and figure out how you got from point A to point B, or where you're going to go, or what you're seeing is going to happen next. So the last 40 years, the people coming out of school have no deductive reasoning training, built pathways in their brains for deductive reasoning. You want to know why I'm popular on YouTube? I can deduce something. I don't have to know anything about the subject to look at it and go, this works this way, this works this way. Oh, they're copying from over here. I can take past experiences from other places and see what they're copying. Because everybody goes, well, there's no original ideas. There's some truth to that, but there's original combinations to ideas. Um, I tear things apart and I put them back together in a different order. At the time, here's the funny thing: the Castle, the C40 I just gave away in 362. I wish I had it back. It's got a better airship than my C42 does. I've been working on this airship for a year, so I kind of want my C40 back from 362. I could fix all the other stats. The airship's expensive. The it had maxed out. It has maxed out guards and freaking stats. Two things I could fix for it maxed out airship. I could fix all the other stats for like 800-900 bucks, but I can't fix my airship on my C42 for 800-900 bucks. It would cost me a freaking fortune. I should ask if she's still using it. She'd probably give it back to me. Yeah, but it's their method of patching. There's a conversion up for the older kingdoms. If you're prior to Kingdom 570, uh, and you had a maxed out airship, you're there's a level 8 airship on that castle. I'm still trying to get a leg open to get to 110 on there because I got to kill so many damn red guards, which means I got to have so much time because I'm not botting. Because I'm not botting this stuff, it's taken me a little bit of time to get certain things done. The And if it's taken me a year working 5-6 hours a day on this for the purposes of work, that's not gaming. The That's failure for them to recognize this is too complicated. The you know I've tried to explain. I think that there's a great strategy game here, and that the strategy portion can be charged for. People will pay money for that, but they're they jump the shark getting from point A to point B on how people get up there. Oh yeah, we own this great strategy portion of a game called KVK, where your mind is against hundreds of other minds. Your 100 minds is working in a cooperative fashion against hundreds of other minds in three kingdoms. It's a brilliant interplay. It's a great chess game. But now you start throwing human behavior in there, and like I'm afraid to lose my troops because then it costs me money to build troops. So people duck and run. Now you can't count on your team. Or they yawn, hey, it's 3 a.m., KVK's about to start. Good luck, guys. They're awake right until the KVK starts. Yeah, I hope I get my 30% buff. Spend $800-900 so I get a 30% buff. And then the loot inside the KVK doesn't reflect the spending required to win the KVK. Going out and killing people now with the new Lieutenant Guard system, I'm not going to go out and zero a tower to get loot because it will cost me more in troop replacement than it would have cost me to just buy the loot. So that's broken in KVK at this point. I hadn't put that on video yet. But that's broke. So the loot needs to be revised for KVK with the Lieutenant Guard system. I've only seen I've only seen 2 KVKs, but that loot system's been revised. So, I would also suggest that you can't even give a Conqueror pack or a Marquee pack to anybody that hadn't lost a single troop during KVK to an enemy troop. They're not eligible to get a pack. Because this negotiation, when you negotiate a peace so that you guys can get free loot, you've literally negotiated the game I'm paying to play and taken it away from me. And rewarded yourself for taking my game away. I want to play a strategy game. I'm willing to put some skin in the game. They need to make this a separated tournament, or they need to get some time zone stuff. Man, you got to run them red guard threats to Infinium and Balan, man. You just got to keep running them. Oh, a 7-star. Yeah, I don't have a 7-star yet either. I'm all 6. All my damage stats are 6 stars, but I don't have a 7-star yet. I'm getting close. I think I got 4 7-star gears, so I'm getting close to that. It should only take another year and a half. That's how close I am. And in the beginning, when we started Cape 592, they had a bug where they were giving away 7-star gears if you wound up getting so much done in some starter event. And I think it cost me like $150, $200 to win that event. And I got 2 7-star gears, or just building material for the 7 stars. And in the next year, there's not been a single event or a single opportunity to go get them. It would cost me $5,000 during the honor events, the 50% events, to go get my 7 stars. They're huge. But yeah. Yeah, like I said, I got 2 or 3. I probably, well, see, I got 6 6-stars, right? So I could take all my 6 stars off and make 1 7-star, stack up my distance damage or something like that, and then go back to 5 stars on the other stuff. The problem I've got doing that is I can't undo it. So if the math doesn't work and I'm wind up being lopsided on my airship, I'm screwed forever. Right? Till I get my 6 stars back. Ooh, I'm in the test realm. We're sitting here talking about things that would screw me forever, right? Holy crap, guys, I'm in the test realm. Let's go do that. I don't know if I got enough to get it done. I might be 1 short. Hold on, let me get some timers going here. So I'm 10 for 10 for medical production. Oh, I got to do medical storage. So I'm going to go over here in my airship. And why am I lost? Okay. Well, I tell you what I can do. All right, so I'm going to reset that. I'm not going to need that. Man, one of the best players I've ever had around me was Koji. You guys remember him from videos and lives? I mean, he didn't spend maybe $20 every other month. You don't have to be a big spender if you're built right to engage. He was usually #1 in UACs, and I mean, he had it going on. And one of the better strategists. But you wind up getting these people who go, well, you're not #1 on the leaderboard, so you don't know how to play. I mean, you got to show some respect to people that are smart, just simply because they're smart. Tell you what I should do in here, and I might do it, is since gathering's such a big damn deal. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm peeling off all my outers, which are threat related, so that I can star those up. Oh, what the hell did I do? Okay, oh, it doesn't matter. I can undo it. And there's probably some wisdom in what we're doing here now to maybe go shooting a video about setting your airship up specifically for this event. Did I get all 4 of them? I did not. Resource gathering speed, right? It would probably behoove me to have a 6-star on that and a 6-star on threat attack and stuff like that. We shall see here in a minute. I'm just kind of curious. I don't have the stats to warrant a 7-star. I want to get right down to it. But since I got a playground to play in, I won't be screwing up my main castle playing around with it in here. Right? Well, it's better to wait. Yeah, if you're spending $200, it's better to spend it during events too. Usually, just buying whatever currency they've got for whether it's chocolate buddies, whatever. Buying those directly to buy whatever you need is cheaper than buying what you need. Pirate event, they went and patched that after, that's the skin I'm wearing on my castle now, was when I got the top 7 game wide for the pirate event. But there is so much loot. It's like 8-to-1. For every dollar you spend in the pirate event, you're getting $8 worth of loot out of the pirate event. And then I did that big spin because I never owned an epic skin. I wanted to own it. I wanted to be in the top 7 players in GOG one time while I played this game. So I went and spent crap loads of money. I didn't have to spend on anything for growth after that for like 2 months. All it was moving the budget from way back down the road to today and getting a skin out of it. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to get a 7-star. I only got 2. I thought I had 3. So breaking down these 5 stars, what would that would give me 10 6-stars. That'd put me at 24 6-stars. So only 2 more 7. I would have 4 7-stars when I'm done. And before I get too far down the road with these, because I did get a little too far. That's still the most. We made it auto slower than you could do it yourself. Use what they did here. That's just amazing to me. Man, guys. Oh my God, we got shout out capability again. That damn GunMuse. I wonder how many people hate me because they can't be a king of some little bitty kingdom and spam the kingdom shout, annoying everybody. It's like he had to complain. But man, it's like the biggest thank yous I ever got was, but thank God the kingdom shouts are gone. All right, get out of this. I'm gonna have to. I don't need the 4s. I don't think. Go put my airship back together again. So let's look at what would be helpful during the event. All right. Airship accompany. When your airship threats or red guard troops. Troop attack. Okay, so troop attack on stuff would be a good thing. Oh, I screwed myself over on the 3s. Yeah, resource gathering speed is definitely going to be one of them. I shouldn't have rolled up those 3s. I mean, I'll have to wait till tomorrow. I can probably fix them. Oop, out of 1s, too. All right, so definitely fucked up the airship. But I did it on the threat side. I just had to get a little closer so I could see what the math was going to be. Yeah. We can't open up our Hall of Heroes, so I can't just go in there and buy stuff. And Alliance store. Oh, look at that. I can't remember if you could buy 3 gears in there. Yes, you can. Look at this. Go back to the store. And I'm going to go buy them. Look at what I was doing here, too. Three minutes. Crit times 5. Gotta love that. How am I doing on that score? $46 minutes. Hell yeah. The centers on your airship are your damage. I've got a video that's relevant on what order to put your stars on. So I wanted to get past this 3-star upgrade. So what I'm going to do for the event, because killing these threats is a pain in the ass, all right, I'm going to put a 6-star on my threat kill. All right. So that gives me a little more attack on the threats. And then I'll have to wait till tomorrow so I can fix that because I'm limited to what I can do to fix. I'm going to have to get some more 3-star gears. Yeah, so me screwing up stuff in here ain't screwing up my main castle. So that, I mean, there's some benefit in here. That's how we test stuff, right? We break it. And they are done with that. Man, Jarvis, I missed it. I didn't. It's only taking like 2 minutes to build these damn things. We are. So to attack that bridge, 1 day, 10 hours. I honestly can't remember if I started something. I did. Okay. Because I didn't set the timer. See, I'm back to making 900K of these things really fast. There was something broken in that math earlier. It right around the 22K per hour, it wasn't moving. at all. Or maybe because it was 22K per hour, not 22K per minute. A blue card. Why, that's worth lots of money. Let's put that in the premium set. If it's not a green, it's premium, right? They'll have to fix whatever tweaks. This is about making it appear like what they're gonna what they've already decided to do seems fair. You look, their business philosophy is keep the money, the big money people happy. They're paying the bills. Uh, the everybody else that thinks they should have a vote while they're not spending any money. That's not how business works. It's not. This is not a charity. So when are they gonna? Who know? Who you can't predict it. Right now, this is kind of a cool event. This could replace KVK, but this is supposed to be a month long. Uh, and this is one of these things where let's look at it from a couple different directions, right? Right now, we're having to build up all this research for this event. Does that stay for a future version of this event where it's a king versus king challenge? Does this event stay in place so that you have the ability to merge 3 or 4 times a year? Yeah. I really think from a business standpoint, if I was the guy in charge of what they're doing right now, I would have slapped a time zone realm on top of this merger so that people could pick what time zone they wanted to play in. I would have put out schedules for when KVK starts in each one of those time zones. I would have made it relevant. It wouldn't be talking in UTC anymore. I'd be talking in Eastern Standard Time and Greenwich Mean Time and talk like a normal person. The I would have fixed some language issues and fixed some time development issues, built a base model that allows people to be more cooperative due to a normal work schedule for that part of the world. And then I would have built up from there. The But that's not what they're doing. They're just slapping a band-aid on what they broke, and they've already figured out what the band-aid looks like, where they're going to put it, and they really don't care about anything other than don't piss off the big money spenders. After that, do whatever the hell you want to do. It's almost like somebody went to college and got a business degree and then gave an order to somebody who didn't go to college. It's not a lot of thinking going on there. Like I said, there's no deductive reasoning to this. I don't see a point A to point B to solving their problem. I don't see how this solves their problem. It only creates more, in my opinion. But I can't stop it. I've made the suggestion over and over again. Go into the Discord room. There's the hashtag ask the studio questions. Ask the question, can we add time zone realms to the merger process so that we and allow individuals to swap to a different time zone, allowing people to leave their kingdom. World of Warcraft does that. They charge me $50. I want to go to another realm, another server, another place. They charge me $50. I get to go. I get to go there. There should be. I had put out the Care Bear system. So all new people to GOG, the people that have never played before, come into one kingdom like what we got here, right? This could be a Care Bear system. This could be them building the Care Bear system I asked them for. I see this as a perfect Care Bear system. And by Care Bear, you say, no player on player action. Stop the PvP active, work on the focus and grow together portion of it, and then the winners out of it get to go choose to play at a higher level if they want to, or just go to someplace else based on outside forums and influence. I want to go, I want to find a community that plays like this and they play at this time and their schedules are such and such. Or the leaders of those things saying, hey, we run our gates every day at 2:30 in the morning. You know, they they are not trying to build bridges to keep the players in the system and work with the player on the player schedule when it's a phone game. You cannot tell people when to pick up the phone and play. You've got to set up these schedules and events that allows them within a window to get things done on their schedule to help their group. UAC is a perfect example. I remember when UAC used to be 3 days, but it's a perfect example of come on, play when you can, help build the stuff up. But if you play as a core group at a core time, you can get more done. That's reasonable. But it doesn't exist in the game. They can't even build off their own successful content. If you're not playing Guns of Glory to play UAC, you're not playing Guns of Glory for any positive reason. You're trying. It's become an emotional crutch of other states. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I got to go back and read. Damage received, the same thing, really. Uh, yes, but no, in that there is class interaction. Like damage received numbers broken down, you're taking away damage received both on a global scale, which is, or on a particular troop scale. So if I put a star on infantry damage reduction on the airship, right? My infantry takes 12% less damage. What class of troop have I affected? Right? I've affected distance. Okay. The guy that's attacking me with a distance march, is it distance? Oh my God. Is my brain that locked up? It's tired. It's late. Uh, info. Stronger against cavalry and weaker against distance. Okay. So distance has about a 10% damage number. I'm right. I just didn't know I was right. Shit. I don't think about it normally. I don't verbalize it. I'm usually alone by myself in here just doing the math. Uh, so infantry damage reduction makes it harder for a distance march guy to kill your castle. But it also, oh, I'm sorry, it makes it much and weaker against distance troops. It makes it harder for a distance guy to kill your castle, and then, but at the same time, it makes you so stupidly strong against a cavalry march because they now you're adding the 10% bonus infantry got to the 10% received from a cavalry coming in there. Does that make sense? So that you've got to place it within the class interaction, not just say it's damage reduction. Army damage received, yes. Army damage, yes. That applies equally across the board. Damage is worth about 100 times what an attack stat is. 1% damage is worth 100 points. Oh, there's my little beeper. It's worth 100 points in attack stats, and I think it's actually worse now. Uh, a lot of this stuff is based on percentage of difference. So you hear me talking a lot now about being 5% better or 10% or 20% better. In order to make it fair amongst bigger players versus medium players, it's a percentage of difference number. And then damage rolls up somewhere in there. The Lieutenant Guard update screwed that up. It looks like they tried to patch in the old guard system, and I'm not even talking about pre last year. I'm talking about 2 years ago, to the current guard system without saying we were wrong. Okay. So there's some new math and there's some new math, new testing that's got to be done to figure out exact. I think I got it, but right now I don't have a magical march that does what I did 3 weeks ago. You know, I had magical marches that just made people's castles go away. But the that doesn't exist. It's gone. They took that tool away from me, which means they took it away from everybody. Uh, Hold on, before I forget that my dinger went off. Oh, I still got 2 minutes and 30 minutes. So I'm going to set the 30-minute timer to make sure I get back in there and do that. And then I'm going to go. Okay, so we need to do some more research. And they should give me points for, oh, we are doing, oh, somebody else did it. Okay. I think that was the only one available. But I can go donate while I'm here. I only got one. Yeah, see, and there's the other thing. I got cheaters in the catacombs where I spent money to get ahead in the catacombs, and then the catacomb hackers were getting 400% more points than is capable of getting during the day. And then they're at the top of the catacombs, and they got the 151 army damage, and I don't. It's going to take me another 6 months to honestly build up my catacomb, get that extra 2 points of damage. The this is the problem I have with Guns of Glory. When someone points out that they're cheating, and you go, yeah, well, that's me cheating, so I don't really care that you caught me. That's what the developers are doing. They're the ones providing those hacks. They're the ones providing that outlet to their buddies, their friends. They want to look cool. They want to buy love. And so when I got a problem with buying love from people who don't contribute, both in the game and inside the kingdom, I'm done. I'm done arguing with anybody. I'm no longer going to agree with your positions on this. I just so you're all the negative stuff. I don't care what your opinion is on it no more. Stop buying thieves free shit. The it, oh man, if you would help contribute, Muse. Oh, should I go out and spend $800 so that you can give away free shit to a guy that's trying to screw stuff up? They don't even see it as that. That they're asking me to write a check to somebody who's trying to destroy my livelihood and work. And that you didn't even involve me in the negotiating process when you decided to give it to them. You waited till the deal was done, come back and then go, well, you're just being an obstructionist. I would have told you no up front. You could have stopped that negotiation. I'm not going to pay for that guy to play the game. It's just not going to happen. Strategy works. I mean, as long as they don't screw too much stuff up, the strategies work. It's hard to catch that stuff on film though. I've got, man, a few. I tried with the older computer system back when I was running, just starting out, and I didn't even have a camera because I never wanted to do the camera. But you know, the only reason I put the camera in there was uh, people couldn't see the honesty on your face. Uh, they hear the voice, and a lot of people comment on my voice. Uh, the But they can't see the honesty or the earnest in your expressions, and it's important. The so and I've told some of the other YouTubers, there's a couple of them that don't put. Man, there was one kid that had the squeakiest voice ever, and I was like, man, I don't know what to do, but there's no way I can encourage you to go out and make things on that thing. Sound is a big deal in video. It's a bigger deal. The viewer will forgive grainy, blurry video, but they will not forgive crappy sound. Any of my videos where something went wrong and I didn't catch it because I didn't review it properly before I uploaded it, that the video was shot, and then I go, well, I've already done it, spin it. I should go in. Windows resets my computer all the time. They reset my settings, and every once in a while, I'll go in and spin loot out of my bag and not record an ounce of audio. And I've got the capabilities to go back and do a voice overlay and put the audio back in. I just don't. I don't care. It's better off that you don't do it. It's that content duplication hack is how these guys get all kinds of stuff. Uh, Now that they're handing out guard frags, the frags are duplicatable. So they're building the new guards for free. You you if you've ever played the New Kingdom in the last year and a half, there's like some C20 going, "Hey, I want to sell my castle. I got 2 6-star guards on it." Yeah, that's not a hat castle. That one's locked down for spending. Not yet, but they do a review about 6 7 weeks into the kingdom. They do a castle. They run this little software review. If your castle's overpowered for where it should be or capable of being, then they lock down the castle and they can't spend. But you've already bought the castle from the guy. The There's like these time frames for allowing the thieves to be thieves as quickly as possible. That's why there's always this instantaneous government setup. Well, we're all in this back room over here, and the committee has voted. I've told everybody, ignore that. Burn that guy. Gal. It's usually a woman because they don't want, because most of the gamers are men and they won't argue with the woman. The that's part of the psychological gameplay, right? The Oh, 8 hours later on average now. Guns of Glory has a dedicated people to review my videos. I am their research and development team. I'm just unpaid. I do a good job of it. The market needs it. I'm addressing this stuff for you guys. They need it, and they don't have to pay for it. If YouTube wasn't so, if YouTube would allow me to privatize my videos and attach it via API to my website so that only my members could watch my videos, I would do that in a heartbeat. I would cut them off from freaking market. And then all my members would get all that, because at that point they'd at least have to pay me $2 to see what I got to say. Right now they don't pay me anything because they're in China. And so in the YouTube stats, I can see they have an internal app at FunPlus, a messaging app that's not to the outside world. So when they share my video from one person inside the company to another, I can actually see that by looking at the stats. I know how big of an impact a bug report that I put out on the web has, how fast they're going to patch it based on how many times it gets transferred. I mean, it's got to be translated. Somebody's got to translate me. They update. Uh, Somebody pretty regularly updates the Chinese standard translations for me. I don't have to do any of that work. I just quit doing it. And they hired somebody to go in there and do Chinese standard translations for me. Yeah. But more. Not letting me. All right. What about this? So I'm sitting here spamming these two researches, right? Jeez. Research level 9 in order to get that. So, oh, I'm almost there. 22 minutes. So while I'm waiting on that, here's that fast sorting. Did I get all these fast sortings done? With the GunMuse magazine, I set up a unique marketing for the magazine thing that no one had ever done before in the history of marketing. I moved the negative comments when I reviewed a product to the first paragraph. If you've ever read any product review, any news story in a newspaper, they put the crap they want you to think in the first paragraph because most users do not read paragraphs 2, 3, and 4. Most. It is less than 20% of your traffic or readers that read past the first paragraph. So when I built the GunMuse magazine and I was reviewing a product, everything I did not like about the product was in the first paragraph. And my users, and then I would go in and say what I did like about it, where I thought the product could be used well, what I think the product's intended for. One of my biggest fights ever, 3 times in 20 years, was with Glock. Glock spends a fortune putting their product in movies, and it is one of the shittiest fucking guns that's ever been built. And I will break it. Matter of fact, Glock lost their military contract based on my last review of Glock. That's why they're not being used in the military. Because you cannot put a loaded magazine in a Glock and put a 200-pound Marine on it and have him fall down on his gun and expect it to be in one piece when he opens up his holster. That's an absolute fact. They call it the Frisbee test in the DEA. DEA will not allow a Glock to be used by any of their agents because if they fall down on the concrete and drop their Glock, it has a tendency to fall to pieces. The speaking truth where people read it when they skim is dangerous to marketers. They hate it. Well, I think this game needs to be in the respectful amount of income. Honestly, if they turned around and put a cap on monthly spending to say $500, you're not allowed to spend more than $500 in any single month in our game. The who would complain? The Uber guys who want to dominate with their spending. But that's not strategy game. That's not the game. That's money collection. You can get those guys engaged in events that are temporary spending. Alliance Wars, Blood Wars, was back when the business managers and stuff were talking with me. I suggested Blinds. I said, look, here it is. And what people should do is go in there and be able to buy buffs for that event and not come bring all your stuff in. And they turned around and twisted and says, no. We can have them build up before and buy buffs during the event. And I went, you've got to be kidding me. All right. All they saw was infinite money, and then it didn't work out because they didn't make it so that one big spender who wanted their alliance to win could buy bonuses that applied to everybody. I would have been one of those guys that done it. Oh, hey, for 200, there's one $200 pack that can be bought. And if somebody buys a $200 pack, everybody gets this. Then there's a $100 pack that one person can buy, and everybody gets X. And it goes down to where you can buy a little $5 stuff for yourself if you want to. The lots of so that you can build your team up if you're one of those big spenders that wants to win and is not afraid to spend to win. There was a way to do that. There still is a way to do that. But you've got to stop thinking I'm trying to destroy your company by telling you you're not thinking ahead. They have got things planned out 6 months from now that they've already started. They don't want to hear, hey, hit the reverse gear, stop doing that. They've already committed money. And in order to stop being told, some guy that's in charge of something, to stop being told, hey, you're making bad decisions and it's going to lead badly, he doesn't care. If he sees the writing on the wall that this is going south, he's taking his resume that he worked for a multi-billion-dollar company and he's going to get hired somewhere else before it collapses. Golden parachutes, right? That's what we talk about him on the news. Oh, yeah. Why is that CEO walking away with $100 million? You do it with your own job and your own salary. Doesn't have to be a golden parachute, but you better get the hell out of the way before you hit the ground. That gun, you know, I own a lot of rare and collectible guns, things that interest me over the years, and I've got some heirlooms. The but the guys that tried to rob me in my driveway 3 weeks ago, that was the first time in 20 years that I've had to pull a gun. The it's it's rare, but you want it when you need it. We do concealed carry courses and we do self protection courses, and there is it's usually women who really need a little bit of you got to be a little more leery type education, especially now that we got the people coming across the border. It's everybody wants to get into this racial thing. It's a different mentality. The number of people raped and beheaded on our border is in the 4,000 this year. 4,000 people that they know of. It's in you want to go to some American statistics. In Florida, every year 21,000 women get raped. They it's that's in Florida. The telling people that they can't own a gun is insane. You want to make a more polite society? Arm more women. I guarantee you, the manners go up drastically. You see little 18-year-olds acting like little shitheads? Pull a pistol on them. Says, you got another comment? I find you aggressive. But what we teach in there is like you're walking in a parking lot and someone is keeping pace with you back to your car. Walk past your car with your keys out and turn and have a car between you and them because people can close ground real quickly. You can't defend yourself with a gun if you don't know how to set up to be able to defend yourself with a gun. Like I said, when I watched the cop uh, that they were dealing with the guys that were trying to rob me in my driveway, there was no good positioning that they were in. He wasn't paying attention. He was exposed. Those guys could have killed both those cops within a second before he'd ever pulled his pistol. He doesn't know that. He's not trained to that. The it's it's that's what the NRA used to be. And if you've watched any of my stuff, you'll know that me and Wayne LaPierre don't get along. I'm a big damn gun guy. I know lots of big damn gun guys. And the I don't believe the Second Amendment is there for you to go duck hunting. And I'm tired of Wayne LaPierre saying that. I don't believe the Second Amendment is there for your personal protection. Uh, the Second Amendment is the only constitutional amendment in the world where a firearm has two constitutional amendments protecting it. One, it is your property, and therefore the government cannot take that without convicting you of a crime. Or, you're talking about losing your right to own a firearm because you've been convicted of a crime. When they say words on the news and they don't explain the words they use, like the gun show loophole. Oh my gosh, the gun show loophole. What's a gun show loophole? You as a citizen have a right to sell property without government interference. And a firearm is property. Then they say things like, well, if it wasn't for the fact that Illinois is that Indiana is allowing people to buy guns, we wouldn't have this gun problem in Chicago. That's a fucking lie. No truth, no fact to it. The only thing you can buy legally across the state line is a long arm. So, yes, you could go buy an AR-15, but nobody's being shot with AR-15s in Chicago. It's all handguns. And there's no legal dealer turning around and buying guns from a manufacturer when the ATF walks in and pulls their paperwork and says, okay, here's the list of guns you bought as a dealer. Show me every one of your federal background checks that's involved with each one of those guns. You're missing one, the IRS is coming after you. That's actually the enforcement law of the ATF is the IRS. There's no truth in anything you're seeing on the TV about why, what, or what the fix will be. So if there's no truth to it, why are they saying it? Because they need you disarmed for the reason the Second Amendment really exists. We're going to tell you to do something you're not going to want to do. We think we're heading down the road of a societal collapse, and we don't want you armed when that happens. This COVID thing was a dry run. Can we tell people to do something, and will they comply? Only they stretched it out too long. If they'd have stopped after 3 months with the lies and just threw Fauci under the bus and said, you know, we just figured out you're a lying piece of shit just a few minutes ago, and we're going to undo this, they might have got away with it in the future. But they've stretched it out so freaking far to the point where they wanted to print the money in the following year that it's not going to work out well for them. The people are seeing it. If you look like the Revolutionary War back in the 1700s, it really happened over the course of 20 years. So you can't look at the last year or two and see what the hell's been going on. Go to the last 10 years. Actually, you can go all the way back to the healthcare laws of 95, 96. They've been using the healthcare laws to secure property rights for more than 20 years. You're losing your stuff. Plus, there's Supreme Court cases. I'm a member of the Institute for Justice. There's a black man who was a World War II veteran, lived in his house. He owned it. He was 97 years old. All he wanted to do was die in his house, and the local mall wanted to take his house. They wanted to put a mall in where his house was. And he says, look, I'll sell you the property, but I just want to stay here until I die. And the local government sued him. He went all the way to the Supreme Court. And two of the conservative judges says, yes, the state is willing to pay more taxes than that guy pays on his house. And that is a Fifth Amendment capability that benefits the community. So as long as someone says, I'll pay more taxes than the guy who currently owns it, all you got to do is bribe 3 people down at your city council to take the property away from a guy and pay him sub-market values for it. That guy got removed from his home. It got bulldozed. And 21 years later, there's still no mall where they took his house and removed him from it. That's why I'm in a group called the Institute for Justice. Bunner guns. The old C note, the $100 bill. I gave away godless dollars, where the "In God We Trust" was mistakenly removed by the Obama administration. They were limited. They got caught pretty quickly about it, and there's only so many of them in circulation. And I had 2, 4, 6, 8 of those. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, I actually got 2 of them left. All right. If I can get the camera to focus on it. And they're called the godless dollar. because In God We Trust was taking off the money. And I got 2 of them. They're about $350 a piece. Yeah, I did. I gave away some of the godless dollars during one of my military charity drives. The that didn't actually work out well. I mean, that wasn't profitable. I could have sold the coins and raised more money. So that's why I still got coins left. I was gonna continue doing it, but people don't care. They just wanted to be the winner that got to sell it on eBay for $350, right? Yeah. 7 minutes. So this is terribly boring stuff that we got to get done. That's why I'm looking at the terribly boring part of this and saying this has got to be multiple event building. I realize the event's supposed to be 30 days for the first portion and another 3 weeks for the second portion is what I read. Well, a vet is a general term. I mean, guys who went to that are in the Air Force that get off at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Cocoa Beach, they're veterans. They get discounts at Home Depot too. Actually, they don't no more. Home Depot took it away and said if you're not a disabled, if you don't have your VA medical card, it's the only form of ID that they will recognize for the discount. And then Lowe's turns around and you have a membership where they put your phone number in and build a membership at Lowe's. Lowe's checks your stuff down because there was just way too many people running around trying to get the stolen valor. Uh, the 10% at the cash register is a great deal, but at the end of the day, I got wholesale accounts. I get like 45% off because I buy stuff in bulk at wholesale. I buy so much stuff at Home Depot for the military charities through my name. I got big discounts. It's usually about 45% off of whatever they're charging. The You know what? I just found those the other day. I hadn't done any. I separated the military. I started out trying to use gaming money income to fund the charity. Uh, but the problem winds up being is the veterans are capable of picking up the mantle and doing what I'm doing. So you wind up being reliant on some kid who the people who pick the kid think that all kids do electronics better than adults. Uh, I had my computer store downtown, and I get all these people that walk in there and says, "Well, I'm going to wait for my grandson to come back and fix my computer. See you next week." You know, yeah. And I've literally told him, says, I'll give you a 15% discount if I don't have to fix what he's going to break. If I could just fix it now and be done with it. If I don't have to fix his fix, because he's going to go on to Google and you and and download some free tool that is worse at putting viruses in your computer than the virus that's already in your computer. Uh, yeah, I mean, Army guys. I always felt bad for the Army guys. Marines get to deploy, Army gets stationed, Air Force gets stationed. In other words, you join those two branches, and you're going to go somewhere for 3 years. It may be Georgia. You know, you may be stationed in the states for the. It's. I guess if you're one of those people that joined up just to make sure you have a steady income, uh, and a place to live, and 3 meals a day, no matter what, that's satisfying. Uh, Navy, I love the Navy. Uh, you wouldn't believe the number of people. There's 300 people on board my ship, and I would tell you 150 to 200 of them would bitch, whine, and moan that we were about to go do a combat deployment, a Westpac. I'm like, guys, we stop in 20 some odd countries. They give us 4 or 5 days in each one of those countries. You're never going to get to go as many places for the rest of your life unless you've got a really highly superior job. Take advantage of that. If you're just trying to get your GI Bill, quote unquote, why not get a little education along the way too? Go out, go out and learn how to order a beer in a different language at least. I got a little dinging in my ears. Wait a minute. Oh, that's this one that's about done. 2 minutes left. But that was true when we were in school. You're picking your orders like, oh, I don't want to be stationed on a ship. Or in boot camp in the Navy. Oh, well, I don't know how to swim. You joined the Navy. You know, we have swimming days on board the ship. If you ever watch one of those old movies where they had days where all the sailors got to go swimming off the ship, just for morale boosting, things like that. And it it's weird for people to realize that we have to have people stand watch with rifles to shoot sharks. And that comes back from the 1940s when there just was that many more man-eating sharks everywhere in the world. But more importantly, sharks followed ships. That's why when the Indiana sank in World War II, 1,100 people went in the water, only 300 came out. The rest were eaten by sharks. The uh, the I don't know how many of you know that story. The Indiana carried the bomb to drop on Japan, and then it was sunk by a Japanese submarine on the way back. But 1,100 people went in the water, and only 300 of them got out. The rest were eaten by sharks, one by one, over the course of about 10 days. They tell that story in Jaws. If you ever watch Jaws, that's the story the guy's telling. Man, responsible for the losses you create if it's a bad decision. Look, all the business I've owned, there's always I've done things that wound up. Oh, that blew up my face. Yeah, I didn't think about that problem occurring. That's always going to happen. You get up in the morning and you don't realize that your day is going to be filled with problems, and you need the ability to solve problems in real time all day, every day for the rest of your life, and all you're doing is bitching about the problem day you had. Every one of your days is problematic. Your days are problematic because you don't realize difficulties have to be overcome all day, every day. You get your timing wrong, you get your things wrong, something occurs out of things. Can you deal with things? I've said it before. You want to get something done, 480,000. Woo! I'm nowhere near that. But I want to start that timer. So I'm going to go to this bucket. Supply crates arrive in 7 hours. So I got that one. And let's go back here. Now I got four. Now I got 900,000. Upgrade on that. So 7 hours. That would be a good go to bed freaking timer, right? I got all these other little ones that need to get done. I don't want to have to keep relying on that backup crate. But that backup crate's very important at the start. Everybody can swim. You're just afraid to try. When I was in my 20s, I was negative buoyant. I was less than 3% body fat, so I don't float. So swimming for me was a very aerobic exercise because I had to keep all my muscle moving fast enough to be on top of the water. All I got to do is stop swimming and I sink like a stone. I don't care how big of a breath I got. Yeah. The All right, so that's cooking for a long damn time. I think, man, if you can endure day one, which would be a long day, to get your level 10 research started, that would be an optimal start to this event. This has taken me about 10 hours of play. About 8 hours of play. I did 5 hours this morning and 3 hours now. I don't know that I agree with taking the second bridge from now. That's two places. See, the bridges are choke points to whether or not they can do something. I don't even. I know I can't. Okay, I thought another fortress. All right. These guys have got to remember you get to try things here that may be bad. You can't just turn around and say, I'm not picking on Jarvis here, but I can't. Where does he get that information from? It's not in writing anywhere. Gotta be careful of that just crowd. Just do this. All right. So my problem with the second entryway is you now got to have twice the defense. Well, read the understanding. I'm not going to the Discord channel and listening to a bunch of people. You have zero knowledge of if that person knows what they're talking about or if they just wanted to feel important and everybody say thank you to them because they spoke. And it's generally that problem that winds up burning a lot of people. It becomes conventional wisdom. One of my dirty little secrets is I build systems based off of conventional wisdom's flaws. What everybody thinks they know, what they do out of habit, you can then circumvent them. That's part of strategy, knowing what your enemy's going to do. So the Discord room is going to throw up conventional wisdom. I'm going to learn my stuff independently, what I know to be true because I saw it, and what's not. And then I'll go back and find out what the conventional wisdom wound up being. And if there's a difference in there, now I can build a strategy against the conventional wisdom. So I'm not jumping into that Discord channel chat for a specific reason. I want that to develop naturally on its own based on the social engineering that they're trying to put in there. And so I'm going to take advantage of that later in a strategy portion of the game. Yeah. Yeah. Well, goody goody. Okay. Is that us? See, there we are. What is this one? Okay, so the white and the orange are two different forts. And then somewhere we're supposed to be able to put another fort in to bridge this. Okay, so at least we'll get some pirate strong. I don't even know how he knew that was coming up. That's good. There you go. Let's go here. State bus. 2 hour work just fine. I honestly don't know why I can't attack that. I don't see it. There we go. All right. So 6. Well, hell, guys. Let's oh, I can't teleport there. I can teleport there. Guard talents. Use. Use. Oh, plus we got a talent points. 1. Break my bubble? Well, it did that. It's not making me break my bubble. We'll find out. No, it was like New World where you got to go in and out of your castle. Okay, Alliance system reports. I don't see what the hell I got, really. Yeah, during the live this morning, it told me that I was immune for almost 2 days, and yet the Chinese player come in there and just started zeroing me out with hit after hit after hit. Yeah. Guys, just look at the attacking pirates in your own territory consumes less stamina. Current rank. Man, I don't see any of us getting any rewards. So I guess we got to hold it. So what I will send over there is this little mix that I got specially built for holding places. I honestly don't know. I mean, we can add stuff in there, but I would imagine that okay. And that's going to take one of two ways. I don't give a fuck what happened to your points. There you go. That guy shouldn't be in charge if that's what he's thinking. I want to look cool on the top of a list. So I got my 8s open. Let's get this faster medical production going. So I'm trying to close out chapter 3 of chapter 4s here, and this point problem is the problem here. That's my bottleneck. No, that was just, you know, multi-phasing game these days, where you have to go in, you have to change the view to get the server to respond to what you're looking at. That's why you got to go in and out of your castle, is to get the server to know that you're looking at something different that the game has changed the content of. It refreshes the graphics. The It's meant to be more secure so that you can't hack the phone games. But this game is so old, there's a lot of stuff your phone does, still does for the server. That's why people can still hack. If they went to a purely responsive system to where it forced you to refresh your in and outs, it would eliminate that ability to hack. But they don't. They're not there yet. Or they're heading there slowly. Uh, so I'm going to go in here. All right, so there is an occupation timer going on there. So but it looks like we only need one person in there to run the timer. Now here's a question: am I earning points for being in there? 1475 is where I'm at now. We'll let that go for 30 minutes and find out if I'm earning points for occupying. She's swapping out with a less aggressive March. It may not show me the points updates until I remove my March. So I'll do a March swap here shortly. If there is a points update, we don't know. See, they got to make sure I'm not making assumptions. One minute 26. That's where we were before. Stage lasts for 24 hours. The alliance that occupies the landmark for those Longest duration wins. You can also win the stage by occupying the landmark for 4 consecutive hours when the challenge stage finishes. The building will be protected by a shield for 3 days and cannot be attacked. So, if I read that correctly, the duration, if I read, okay, let me go back to where I was there. If no one's challenging us, this is a miniature KVK style, 24 hours versus with 4-hour consecutive versus an 8-hour consecutive. So as long as we're in there for 4 consecutive hours, it's ours for 3 days with a bubble on it. The duration of the peace shield is the protected stage is this stage. No player can attack the landmark after the stage. The 24-hour challenge stage will open. Ooh. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Okay, the territory of the landmark becomes effective if the border's effective alliance territory is, in this case, the benefits of the landmark take effect. I don't even know what the benefits of the landmark are. The same type of benefit from the same type of landmark cannot be stacked. All right. And I don't know if that means from a landmark level 1 versus a landmark level 2, or if it's pirate fortresses in general. Something to be determined what they mean by the same type. Yeah. All right. Lack of information. And we're still. So this is as an alliance, this timer. Continuous occupation time 10 minutes and 28 seconds. I don't know why the hell it's 126 over here. I think that's because Lisa swapped out her march and she was on top there for a second. Yeah, it's not resetting. All right. whatever that is. I don't have any of it. I suck, is all it's saying. Okay, so map. There's me. Right? Because it's white lined. Because it says level 1 basic bridge. Okay, challenge stage. So the bridges are whoever. Okay. All right, man. Appreciate it, Derek. Yeah. Looking for landmarks. Oh my gosh, this is tedious. All right. We're supposed to be heading towards that palace so we can fight other kingdoms. Good, good to know. Actually, I don't know where the center point that we're supposed to be heading to is on this map. Okay, so there's us. And we're supposed to be heading towards Devil's Keep, right? Hmm. Okay. I'm I'm trying to be probative with the questions and not be leading with the questions where my question is leading them to a conclusion. Uh, because I don't know what he knows or what he doesn't know about strategy or something like that. He may be the most brilliant person on the planet, and I need to be learning from him. So just trying to be probative rather than like, because like I said, with the YouTube thing, you can get people who think that I don't know shit right now. I'm learning. So once we know what all the pluses and minuses are, then we can start formulating a plan. But we don't know what the pluses and minuses are yet. So there's no plan because we don't know what they're doing, or there's no formulation of a plan on my part because there's no way to know what we're doing. And then everybody that's watching these or reading the article on the website and stuff, you can take out what you want your way. It's not going to fit everybody. There's no cookie cutter. This is the way it gets done. We don't run a just organization. Just do this and you're all going to win. Never works. Can't all win. There's got to be 3 losers, right? There's 4 kingdoms here. 3 of them have got to lose. So I would say the unspoken things about the rumors is this alliance research we're doing sets us up for doing multiple kingdom engagements for decision making capability based on the information they put out. Not just one set of these moves forward, but dozens of them. I can't believe that this one's going to take 30 days because we're almost to the center in day 1. That just becomes a weaponized fight. So that can't be all there is to it. Uh, I actually know that guy. Mundo dos man Jogos. Azumi. What's up, man? So, the orange line is our color for our kingdom. I can't go land there because New World Order owns that tower, and I can't get inside their territory. And okay. Yeah, this is the public test realm. Your alliance doesn't control the bridge to this yet. That's kind of the problem that I was having before. I was wanting to attack the damn bridge. Assault. Hasn't been unlocked from both sides. Okay, so 7 days is this test. This is a kingdom versus kingdom challenge. That is supposedly being set up for merger decision-making capabilities. And I get the weird thinking of how they're setting this up, but in all honesty, if they just fix their time zone problem with the mergers, everybody would jump on board and say, yay, 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 mergers. Everybody wants mergers to get more people, but no one wants to bring their trolls with them. Right? Yeah. You drag your trolls with, if you're moving as a kingdom into another kingdom, you're bringing your problems as well as it's just chaos coming. Yeah. Trolls can sit in the KC and lie all freaking day long about who said what, and who does what, and how they do it. And quite frankly, it's got more power than the people that do things. I don't spend enough time monitoring KC. I don't hardly ever look at KC anymore. I did that last year and I hate it. What did I get? Did I get some speed ups? Still hadn't gotten into these magical speed ups. Hey, there's a 60-minute speed up. And what is this? Personal score. Yeah, the map is a disaster moving around on. You know what? Just because I can move it, we'll move it there. Want to turn it off? We'll move it back. All right. Resource storage level 15. Hey, I'm back up on the board again. I'm number 6. State development. Okay, let me get some marks as reds here so I can go through this quicker later. Go back in the research. What am I not doing? This medical research done. Man, this thing, I haven't looked into the daily blessing. I have no, this must be for new players or something till you build it up. It's weird. Really no need to gold spin because it takes me so long to get my next level up. Actually, it only let me spend 90,000. Go gold spin. This usually crashed the game yesterday. There we go. Crashed it again today. So we got, oh, tomorrow it's like 36 hours. Uh, Man, I wish there was something for decreasing the research timer. Just a couple people are placing and putting things down for getting all the points. You got to sit here and wait for something to happen and be there at the time it's doing, or they just gobble up the points. So really, you got the alliance fighting itself, which in a test realm, none of us know each other, so there's a little bit of self-interest there. But that's not going to be good in the real alliances. So looks like only a percentage of my storage can be used at any given time. %10 of what I've got to heal. So there's a diminishing return on your heal capability. And that's where the volume of your healing storage is going to determine your diminishing return heal capability. So that research can't be ignored. It's like, well, I won't need 10 million, but you won't get 10 million the next time. And if you only got 10 million, you're only getting 1 million. So you need a bigger number to get a bigger heal the first time. And then you get a diminishing return after that. So the ability to take all your troops and pound the crap out of somebody is going to have a diminishing return to it. This is where the firewall is going to help equalize some stuff. Little players are going to eat big players' marches. If you get them guys to build up their firewalls and take out some of their, and then their diminishing returns is going to have them locked up in their own healing. And that is stuck. All right, so we're already arguing over. This is why I asked directions and not tried to lead the directions. Right? So we're heading towards the center. We're surrounding this bridge. We can't get to that tower yet. So we are going to have to wait for that timer to drop. Oh my gosh. It's so confusing. How are you not going to wind up with arguments, right? What's this one? That's the German Alliance. Is this our freaking crap going on here? Ah, this is, I don't understand the thinking of the tower uses here. We went here, we turned. Which way am I heading? South. What is this? Now, see, I asked that question and he didn't know the answer to it. Now he's telling us we can do it. You got to watch the just crowd. Oh, I'm just, it's just somewhere in his mind, the answer became, the I don't know answer became I do know answer. And nothing has changed in what we've done since. Got to watch that stuff, man. That's. Oi. Now that says loss, but they lost 400,000 to 2 million. And that's what I mean by that. That they lost 400K, but the other ones lost 4 times as much. Diminished returns on the 10% diminished returns on the packages. So it's about research at that point and recovery speed. So what have they done? Yeah. I think they did a good job on that one. Okay. I'll probably need to get some damn research going. This is, man, got to stay on top of these timers. Medical storage, is that just, that's just the total mass. But you only get to use 10% of your mass. So recovery speed is important, but the mass is important too. Okay, so that's going to cripple the bigger players who, just they're going to count on their big hits to do it, but there's large volumes here. It's only a minute to build these towers. 40 seconds with 3 people in there. This guy's just placing shit, just spreading out. Where is this second fort? I still don't know if a level 1, 2, and 3, that's not what I was doing, are considered separate landmarks. That's not what oh, this map is just pissing me off. And I'm done playing with that map. All right. What's going on there? But man, Brazil awake? What time is it? It's 5:30 in the morning. What are you guys doing up? Or what are you guys still doing up? 2 minutes. See, all this battle stuff's on the pirate side. That's not on the player versus player side. Till we get into this ultra rallies. So I need to work on making sure did I lose that fight? Nope. All right. You don't control that. I hate that. Then don't put it on my damn search bar. There we go. We control that. So I got to bump up my raw goods, right? That's by killing threats. I'm bumping this number up to make sure I got a big fat number for the next time. So I can kill an 11. Let's find an 11. Excuse me. Hey, I killed an 11. Let's try 12. It may be 9:30 p.m. in Australia. Well, it's more time zones than that in Australia. Australia is a big damn place. What do you guys got? Like 6 time zones? And nope, cannot kill a level 12 threat. Jarvis has got this plan that's all his, so we're just going to build this circle around this fort. Like towers are an infinite resource, but that's not been the case with GOG. We got to do research and shit, and we got time to do the research. And this is a 7-day test on a 30-day event. I don't know that we're going to get to the center event if we keep dicking around, spreading ourselves thin in the middle, which I'm trying to politely say that it's time versus a set schedule that's truncated because of the public test realm. It's not the normal event time schedule. So I'm not gonna sit there and argue with them. It'll either happen or it won't. Oh, you know what? I wanted to do 11s anyway. Yeah, see? You gotta be more specific. She is just absolutely plowing through all these constructions for points. Yeah. All righty. Oh, let me get some dirty work done here. Live stream and a public test realm event. Okay, so copy. And I'm going to put a link up in there, guys. As I go through here, I'm making some notes of things that I think will be of strategic importance down the road. I will add to them based on what I saw today. Yeah. We'll knock out that 10 one, just open up the branch. Holy hell, I actually do have some speed ups that I won. So, being a participant in killing the uh, pirate troop fortress is where I earn speed ups. And these 2 or 3 people at the top that are opening up this stuff, they're setting the towers, they're heading towards it, and then they're immediately killing them. They're throwing a bunch of speed ups in their bags, and they're racing out ahead of everybody else. They're leaving their entire alliance behind. Unless that guy is the uber pumpa freaking guy, he is a leader without a team behind him before this is over. Got to get involved. Okay, so so my suggestion there is you can't hold up for a couple days, but you can say once we reach that point, then at the top of an hour or the top of an even hour, like it's 2, 4, 6 o'clock UTC time, we'll go kill the pirate hold, so people can plan ahead. That would be my recommendation on this. I got in on one of those of the 3 or 4 that we did, and so I got a few speed ups. You know that, and then I need more stuff. All right, all right. So and there's no way to speed these up. So these timers you just got to be relentless on. That's terrible. Uh, Ooh, that's a 5-hour research. So I'll do that one when I log off here. Stronger than a mega rally. Yeah, don't leave your team in the dirt on this freaking research, because your ability to kill bigger threats comes from getting this research level. There's pirate health there, or they got to scratch it out over here. 2 different places to get it, but you only got one timer, right? Nope. Yep. Only one timer. I can't. I have to choose between attack or support over here. And I'm gonna go. I wish I quit doing that. This right hand, left hand thing pisses me off. Most of the world is a right hand use. So the exit out of it instead of the back button is in the wrong spot. Because somebody reads right to left instead of left to right. And it ain't the countries that I'm in. Yeah, well, that's research. We're still 1,000 on those. All right. Why I'm doing that instead of the recommended one up here? Because I don't know why they got the recommended button out there anyway. Uh, Coefficient for deputy benefits and ultra rallies and garrisons. Holy crap, we'll have to figure that out when we get to see the screen. All right. I went right instead of left last time because I needed to do this again in order to do this again. So now I got 10 hours on that. I'll let that cook because I got a whole bunch of stuff before I get down to level 10 and 11 research, right? fast sorting. It's all same stuff. All 5%ers. Where it's not the same stuff. So I got level 10 open. Specialist operation, which will do unlocks a new treatment method that consumes supplies instead of medicine to heal wounded troops. I want that. Okay. So I'm down there for that. We're going to head towards that like nobody's business. Because getting those supplies is a lot easier. This is going to be a troop count fight so that everybody understands what I'm heading towards with this heal thing. The attrition rate loss, if you don't have backup primary marches, you're going to be waiting. My one march yesterday that got destroyed is taking almost 24 hours to put back together in the free heal. Okay. So if you don't have backup marches, you don't have a firewall set up to protect your main march. And the reason I lost my march this morning, if you didn't watch the live, I was sitting around in my farm gear thinking, why would anybody during a test realm run around? And someone from the Chinese studio just come in there and started hitting me just to prove a point. And because I was under the assumption, what's a free heal? I'll just gold heal it. You can't just gold heal it. So I'm stuck within the constraints. They taught me a lesson. I've explained that lesson for everybody else, and it's an important one to know what's going on. All right, so there's that. That's the backup. 42 minutes. All right, I will start that. I'm going to end this live because I got long timers going. And this has been the first 3 days of this is going to all be about research and timers. I will try to get the article to give some guidance to different play styles of what I think you need to be focusing on for the research for that first 3 days. It'll be different for every player. It'll be different for your position in the alliance. It'll be different from what we see here because everybody's from different kingdoms, different alliances, and they're kind of out for themselves. Me included. I gotta get certain things done to show you things, so I gotta play that game. But I am a long ways from those 3,000 points, and there's people that are already there, and that's because they're as soon as the tower's ready, they're the ones placing the towers, and it only takes 2 minutes to build it, and they're getting points for it. That's kind of a jackass move, but it is what it is. I would hope that after, I mean, it would almost become, it would become hard for somebody who's got the strategy of where we're going and how we're doing it, and they're in charge of that. They need to be the one placing. But it doesn't mean they need to be the one building every single one of them. There's that. You can set them down without building them. Keep your team as a team. I'm gonna run some rallies. Look at this. I'm gonna view the details. This thing's gonna be like done in 2 minutes. I got a speed in there. You know what? And that means I got a gold speed in there if I want to get to that timer, right? So I can get 30, 40 points. It's not even a lot of points. So this is a gold burn. Your alliance screwing you over so that you're burning gold to be competitive. Have to address that. Well, they're not going to address that. That looks like part of the plan. Somebody calculated out how to get gold burns. Rally set. Where's his rally? The rallies aren't showing up in the alliance. And you know what? I want to burn off my stamina. So I went up a couple levels. I couldn't do a 12 a minute ago. I bet I can do a 12 now. Oh, maybe not without my airship. Yep, got my butt handed to me. All right. There's that. And see what I'm talking about. So I got 784K, so I'm only allowed to build 78 total troops in this heal. And then I go, and then I can go gold speed up. If I put on my healing gear, it is cheaper. I mean, it's only 58 gold here for that, but so, but every time I do this, it crashes. So that will be my final crash. All right, guys, I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you like, subscribe, do all that good stuff. Just make sure you get notified. The notification stuff actually works again. YouTube backed off their policy of not notifying anybody, where they said we know more about what people want to watch than they know about what they want to watch, which was literally the words out of their mouth of why they stopped giving notifications out. Was people don't know what they want to watch. We're going to tell them. Well, it was basically like we know what advertisers want to pay for people to watch, and we're going to show you what the advertisers pay for it, and people hated it. So we're back to notifications working again. So I appreciate it all. Thank you very much. If you see something that you think is important for your alliance to know when they get started for a fast ramp up, please make a note of it. Right click, put it in the timeline. I will add it to a list so that when the actual event comes out, people can jump to the little clips here and there. And if I got to make dedicated videos on certain things, I will do that. Hopefully there's enough time to do that.